Greetings, warriors and dreamers. Welcome to the realms of sleep, where tonight we journey through the epic world of God of War. I am your guide through the 9 realms, where ancient gods whisper their secrets and mythic landscapes unfold before us. From the frost-covered mountains of Midgard to the golden halls of Asgard, these tales of gods and giants will carry you into peaceful slumber. Lay down your weapons, rest your weary head, and allow the legends of these powerful beings to become the landscape of your dreams. The battles have been fought, and now is the time for rest. So close your eyes, brave one. Let the fire of the hearth warm you as we begin our journey through realms both wondrous and dangerous. The oar cut through the water with barely a sound, sending delicate ripples across the mirrored surface of the Lake of Nine. Kratos guided their small craft with practiced strokes, his massive frame perfectly still, save for the rhythmic movement of his arms. Beside him, Atreus sat with one hand trailing in the cool water, watching the fading daylight transform the sky into a canvas of deep purples and burning orange. Neither spoke. They didn't need to. The silence between father and son had evolved over their journey together, no longer tense and unyielding, but comfortable, a shared language of its own. Mimir's head, secured at the bow of their boat, broke the silence first. Quite the spectacle, isn't it? The dwarves used to say twilight on the Lake of Nine was when the boundaries between realms grew thinnest. Not scientifically accurate, mind you, but there's something to be said for the atmosphere. Atreus glanced up at the surrounding mountains, their peaks still catching the last golden rays while shadows pooled in the valleys below. "Father, look," he said softly, pointing toward the eastern shore. "That glow? It wasn't there yesterday." Kratos followed his son's gesture, narrowing his eyes at a faint blue luminescence emanating from what appeared to be a partially submerged structure. The light pulsed gently, like a slow heartbeat, casting spectral reflections across the water's surface. The god of war adjusted their course with a single powerful stroke. "We will investigate." "Ah, the Temple of Tears reflection," Mimir observed as they drew closer. Lesser known than his primary temple, but important nonetheless. It was said to be a place of contemplation rather than worship, where one could look upon the still waters and see the truth of themselves. Atreus leaned forward eagerly. "Why is it glowing now? It wasn't before when the water was lower." "The lake has its own rhythms, lad, as do the magics of the Aesir. Some enchantments only awaken at specific moments. Twilight, solstice, when certain stars align." Mimir's wooden features couldn't form a proper smile, but his voice carried a note of pleased curiosity. "Perfect timing, I'd say." The boat glided closer to the source of the ethereal light. What had once been a grand entrance now sat half submerged, stone steps descending into the water before disappearing beneath the surface. Columns rose on either side, carved with intricate runes that seemed to shimmer with the same blue glow that emanated from within. Kratos brought the boat alongside what remained of an ancient dock, securing it with practiced efficiency. "Stay close," he instructed Atreus, his deep voice barely rising above a whisper, yet carrying the weight of command. "I will," Atreus promised, bow already in hand, not drawn, but ready. His eyes were wide with wonder as he took in the ancient structure. "The carvings are different from the ones we've seen before." "Aye, good eye, lad," Mimir commented. "This temple predates much of Odin's influence. These are older runes, from when Tyr first traveled between the realms, before the Aesir War changed everything." Kratos stood motionless on the weathered stone, his senses extending outward, feeling for threats. But there was nothing. No rustling of Draga, no screeching of hellwalkers, not even the distant cry of a revenant. Just the gentle lapping of water against stone and the soft whisper of an evening breeze. "It seems quiet," Atreus observed, reading his father's assessment. "Too quiet?" Mimir suggested with his usual flair for dramatic tension. Kratos grunted. "No, just quiet." The distinction was important. Years of battle had taught him the difference between the suspicious absence of sound that preceded an ambush and the natural peace of a truly undisturbed place. This was the latter. The three made their way toward the entrance, where the blue glow was strongest. 5 steps led down to where the water now claimed the temple, the surface still as glass and reflecting the twilight sky. "Can you read any of this, boy?" Kratos asked, gesturing to the runes that adorned the archway. Atreus stepped closer, squinting at the ancient markings. His fingers traced the air just above the glowing symbols, careful not to touch them. "Those who seek reflection must first be willing to see," he translated. "And this part? The surface shows only what lies beneath." "Sounds like Tyr's usual cryptic philosophizing," Mimir remarked. "Always was fond of a good riddle, that one." Kratos crouched at the water's edge, peering into the depths. Through the crystal-clear water, they could see the temple continued downward, a grand hall now claimed by the lake. Stone benches lined what once must have been a central aisle, leading to an altar that now glowed with intensifying blue light. "We would need to swim," Kratos observed. Atreus nodded, already removing his quiver and bow. "I'm ready." "Ah, might I suggest caution?" Mimir interjected. "This temple holds no monsters, but Tyr's trials often tested wisdom more than strength. Rushing in might not be the answer." Kratos paused, giving weight to the head's words. "What do you suggest?" "The inscription speaks of reflection. Perhaps there's more here than meets the eye." Mimir's gaze shifted to the perfectly still water. "The lake is like a mirror now. Look how it captures the twilight sky." Atreus leaned over the water's edge, observing his own reflection perfectly rendered on the surface. But as he watched, the image shifted subtly, not mimicking his movements exactly, but showing him with eyes closed, expression peaceful. "Father," he whispered, "look at your reflection." Kratos reluctantly joined his son, gazing down at the water. There the reflection showed not just the Kratos of now, scarred, stern, bearing the Leviathan axe, but overlaid with ghostly impressions of his past. The blades of chaos burning at his sides, the red tattoo stark against paler skin, and something else, a softness around the eyes that he had thought long lost. "What is this magic?" he growled, tension evident in his shoulders. "Not magic, I think," Atreus said thoughtfully, "or at least not the dangerous kind. It's showing us ourselves, all the parts." "The boy has the right of it," Mimir agreed. Tyr believed that understanding oneself was the beginning of wisdom. This temple doesn't test your strength, or even your mind. It asks you to acknowledge who you are, who you've been. Kratos stared at his reflection, his jaw clenched. The water showed too much, layers of his life he kept carefully buried, not just for others, but for himself. Yet there was his son, unflinching beside him, accepting what he saw in both their reflections. "What happens if we touch the water?" Atreus asked. "That, lad, is the question, isn't it?" Mimir replied. "The temple awaits below, but the entrance, the true entrance, might not be as simple as swimming down." Kratos reached a decision, extending his hand over the water's surface. There is only one way to find out. With deliberate slowness, he dipped his fingers into the reflection. The moment his skin broke the surface, the blue glow intensified. Ripples spread outward, but not like natural waves. They moved with purpose, drawing patterns across the water that matched the runes from the archway. The water level began to recede, not draining away but somehow folding back, revealing stone steps that continued downward, now free of the lake's embrace. "Well," Atreus breathed, "it's opening for us." "Indeed it is, lad." Mimir sounded impressed. Tyr's magic responds to honesty. By acknowledging your reflection, not fighting it, not turning away, you've passed the first test. The water continued to recede until the entire staircase stood revealed, descending into the heart of the temple. The steps glistened with moisture but were no longer submerged. "Come," Kratos said, taking the first step down. "Stay alert." Atreus followed, bow once again in hand. "What do you think we'll find down there?" "Knowledge, if we're fortunate," Mimir answered. Tyr's temples were never simply for show. He believed sacred spaces should impart wisdom. The trio descended into the heart of the submerged temple, the soft blue light growing stronger with each step, guiding their way. The air grew cooler but not damp, as one might expect. Instead, it carried a crisp freshness, like the first breath after a long winter. The grand hall of Tyr's temple opened before them, impossibly dry despite having been underwater moments before. Ceiling-high windows lined the walls, and through them they could see the waters of the Lake of Nine held back as if by invisible glass. Fish swimming lazily past, unaware of the miracle occurring. "This is amazing," Atreus whispered, turning in a slow circle to take in the spectacle. "It's like the lake never claimed it." "Time works differently in sacred spaces," Mimir explained. "What we're seeing may be the temple as it was, or as it could be, or perhaps both at once." Kratos remained vigilant, the Leviathan axe held loosely in his grasp. "What is the purpose of this place?" Before Mimir could answer, Atreus moved toward the center of the hall, where a circular pool lay, not filled with water, but with what appeared to be liquid starlight, swirling and shifting with cosmic patterns. "Father, look at this," he called, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. "There are images forming." Kratos joined his son, looking down into the pool. Within its depths, scenes played out like memories given form. A younger Kratos with another boy, teaching him to hunt in forests far from the Nordic realms. Then Faye, working on their cabin. Atreus as a small child watching her with wonder as she carved protective staves into the wood. "These are our memories," Atreus realized, his voice hushed. "But how?" "Not quite memories, lad," Mimir corrected gently. "More like moments of significance, turning points, lessons learned, bonds formed." Tyr believed understanding one's past was crucial to navigating one's future. Kratos watched the images unfold with guarded eyes. More scenes appeared, Atreus firing his first successful bowshot, the pride evident in his young face. Kratos placing a gentle hand on his son's shoulder after a difficult lesson. Faye telling stories by firelight, her voice almost audible in the silence of the temple. This place records such moments, Kratos asked, his usual gruffness softened by what he was witnessing. "Not records exactly," Mimir said. "Think of it as acknowledgement. The temple reflects what already exists within you both. The bonds that define you, the lessons that shaped you. Atreus reached toward the pool, but stopped short of touching it. "There's Mother," he said softly, watching as an image of Faye formed, working on her knife, the markings she carved glowing with a familiar magic. "The temple recognizes her importance to you both," Mimir observed. "Even in absence, she guides your path." Kratos stood silent, watching his wife's image. Her hands moved with confidence, her eyes occasionally glancing up as if she could see them watching her across time. There was no pain in observing her this way, only a quiet acknowledgement of what had been and what remained in her absence. The light in the temple shifted subtly, the blue glow warming to include hints of amber, like the last rays of the setting sun now finding their way into this submerged sanctuary. "I think," Atreus said carefully, "this is what the temple is for. Not to show us something new, but to help us see what we already know." He looked up at his father. "Like when Mother would have me recite my lessons back to her, to make sure I understood them." Kratos nodded slowly, beginning to understand. "A place of reflection, not just of images, but of knowledge." "Precisely," Mimir confirmed. Tyr believed that warriors especially needed moments of quiet contemplation, that strength without wisdom was as dangerous as a sword without a hilt. The pool's surface rippled, and the images changed. Now they showed moments from their journey together, crossing the Lake of Nine for the first time, climbing the mountain, facing trials side by side. Each scene emphasized not the battles themselves, but the moments of connection between father and son. A shared look, a saved life, a lesson imparted. "It's showing us as we are now," Atreus observed, "not just who we were." Kratos watched a scene of himself teaching Atreus to read tracks in the snow, his large hand engulfing his son's as he pointed out subtle indentations. The memory was recent, from just days ago, yet seeing it reflected back gave it new significance. "The temple doesn't just show moments of grand importance," Mimir noted. "It finds meaning in the quiet times as well." Tyr understood that heroes are shaped as much by small moments as by great battles. As they watched, the images in the pool began to slow, then settled on a single scene. Kratos and Atreus in their boat on the Lake of Nine, exactly as they had been just before discovering the temple. The twilight colors were rendered perfectly, the purples and oranges of the sky, the still water reflecting it all back in mirror image. "It's us now," Atreus said with wonder, "coming here." The image in the pool expanded, rising from the surface like mist taking form, until a miniature version of the lake surrounded them, complete with tiny islands and distant shores. Their boat was there, a small speck making its way toward the submerged temple. "A map?" Kratos questioned, studying the detailed representation. "More than that," Mimir replied. "Look closely." As they watched, ethereal lines began to appear across the lake's surface, connecting certain points with threads of light. Some were bright and strong, others barely visible, creating a complex web across the water. "Ley lines," Mimir explained. "Currents of magic that flow through the realms. Most can't see them, but they're always there, influencing everything." Tyr could sense them. It's how he found paths between worlds that others missed. Atreus leaned closer, fascinated. "They're beautiful and useful," Kratos noted practically, seeing how the lines connected various points of interest around the lake. One particular line pulsed more brightly than the others, drawing their attention. It ran from the temple they stood in, across the lake to a small island they had passed many times but never explored. seemingly unremarkable compared to the grander landmarks of the lake. "What's special about that place?" Atreus asked, pointing to where the bright line terminated. "Ah," Mimir's voice held recognition. "That would be the Haven of Solace, a small sanctuary Tyr created after returning from a particularly difficult journey. Not grand or ostentatious like his main temple, but important nonetheless." "We have passed it many times," Kratos observed. "It appeared to be nothing more than rocks and trees." "Appearances can be deceiving," Mimir replied, "especially with Tyr's works. He valued function over form, and often hid his most important creations in plain sight." The miniature map rippled, focusing on the island in question. As they watched, the image changed, showing not what was visible from the lake, but what lay hidden. A small structure nestled among the rocks, partially concealed by carefully positioned stones and ancient trees. "It looks peaceful," Atreus observed, "like a place to rest." "That was its purpose," Mimir confirmed. "A sanctuary for travelers, protected from those who would do them harm. Time works differently there. A night's rest feels like a week's recovery." Kratos studied the image with newfound interest. Their journey had been long and taxing, with precious few moments of true rest. "And it remains, after all this time?" "Tyr built to last," Mimir said, "and he protected his most important works with magic that even Odin couldn't easily unravel. If the temple is showing it to you, then yes, I believe it remains." The map began to recede, sinking back into the pool until once again they were looking at reflections of themselves, but subtly changed. There was a lightness to their expressions, a clarity that hadn't been there before. "The temple has shown us what we needed to see," Kratos observed, straightening to his full height. Atreides nodded, looking around the grand hall with new appreciation. "Should we explore more of it? There might be other rooms, other knowledge." Before Kratos could answer, the blue light pulsed once, strongly, and the water that had been held back began to seep in, not rushing, but gradually reclaiming its domain. The temple was closing to them. "I believe our welcome is concluded," Mimir noted wryly. Tyr's spaces rarely offered more than what was needed. No more, no less. "Then we should go," Kratos decided, turning toward the stairs. "The light fades, and we have seen what we came to see." Atreus lingered a moment longer, his young face solemn as he took a last look at the pool where images of his mother had appeared. Then he nodded, following his father up the steps, as water began to swirl around their ankles. They climbed steadily as the temple behind them gradually returned to its submerged state. By the time they reached the entrance, the water had reclaimed everything below, leaving no evidence of the dry sanctuary they had visited. Outside, true twilight had deepened. Stars were beginning to appear in the eastern sky, while the west still held the last fading embers of sunset. "It feels like we were down there for hours," Atreus commented as they returned to their boat. "But the skies barely changed." "Time," Mimir reminded them, "works differently in sacred spaces." Kratos pushed their boat back into the water, the familiar sensation of oar against lake grounding him in the present moment. As they moved away from the temple, the blue glow that had drawn them there began to fade, returning to dormancy until another twilight, perhaps years hence, would awaken it once more. "Shall we make camp?" Atreus asked, gesturing to the shoreline. Kratos considered for a moment, then adjusted their course. "No," he decided. "We will visit this haven of solace. If it exists as Mimir claims, it would be prudent to know of it." Atreus smiled, recognizing his father's practical justification for what it was. curiosity, wrapped in the guise of tactical assessment. "Which direction?" "Northeast," Mimir supplied helpfully. "Past the cliffs of the Raven, near where the lake narrows. You'll see a cluster of 3 distinctive stones emerging from the water. Head directly east from there." Kratos nodded, powerful arms propelling their boat smoothly across the still waters. The Lake of Nine spread before them, vast and peaceful in the gathering darkness, its secrets mostly hidden beneath the surface, but perhaps, he thought, not entirely beyond their understanding. The boat glided through water turned to liquid obsidian by the night, disturbing the perfect reflection of stars overhead. Mimir's directions had proven accurate, as they usually did. The 3 distinctive stones rose from the lake like sentinels, their weather-worn surfaces catching the moonlight. "East from here," Atreus confirmed, studying the shoreline ahead, "though I still don't see anything that looks like a haven." "Patience, boy," Kratos rumbled, guiding their craft with steady strokes. "Not all treasures announce themselves." The island they approached seemed unremarkable, a rocky outcropping with a cluster of hardy pine trees clinging to its center, their silhouettes dark against the night sky. Nothing about it suggested the sanctuary Mimir had described. "I assure you, it's there," Mimir said, as if reading their thoughts. Tyr was a master of concealment when he wished to be. The entrance should be on the eastern side, facing away from Thamur's corpse. Kratos guided the boat around the island's perimeter, scanning the rocky shore for any sign of artificial construction. Atreus leaned forward, his keen eyes searching every shadow and crevice. "There," the boy exclaimed suddenly, pointing to what appeared to be nothing more than a natural split in the rock face. "The stones are arranged too perfectly. See how they form an arch when viewed from this angle?" Kratos narrowed his eyes, seeing what his son had noticed. What looked like random boulders from any other perspective indeed formed a deliberate pattern when approached from the water at precisely this point, a subtle doorway hidden in plain sight. "Well spotted, lad," Mimir praised. "Your mother's perceptive nature lives on in you." They guided the boat to a narrow landing where the water met stone. As they drew closer, runes began to glow faintly along the rock face, similar to those they had seen in the submerged temple, but more subdued, as if intentionally kept dim to avoid drawing attention. "The same writer," Atreus noted, studying the markings as they secured the boat. "I recognized the style." "Itis hand," Mimir confirmed, "though these speak not of reflection but of respite. Let those who journey with honor find peace within these walls." Kratos approached the stone archway, senses alert for traps or guardians, but found only stillness and the soft glow of runes. The air that drifted from within carried a surprising warmth and the faint scent of hearth fire, impossible for a structure abandoned for centuries, yet undeniably present. "Magic preserves it," Mimir explained, noting their surprise. "The haven exists in a kind of suspended moment, always ready to receive weary travelers, always as it was when Tyr last departed." Atreus stepped forward, hand reaching out to touch the glowing runes. As his fingers made contact, the glow intensified briefly, and a gentle rumbling vibrated through the stone. What had appeared to be solid rock behind the archway shimmered and dissolved, revealing a passageway beyond. "It recognizes our intent," Mimir observed. "The haven opens only to those who seek shelter, not to those who would do harm." "How does it know the difference?" Atreus asked, fascinated. "Magic far older than Odin's reign," Mimir replied. "From Tyr's travels to lands beyond even my knowledge, he learned that true intention leaves a mark on the soul that cannot be disguised." Kratos grunted skeptically but proceeded through the archway, the Leviathan axe held ready despite Mimir's assurances. Centuries of battle had taught him that even the most peaceful-seeming sanctuary could harbor dangers. The passageway was short, opening almost immediately into a space that defied the island's apparent size. A circular chamber spread before them, far larger than the small outcropping of rock should have been able to contain. A central hearth burned with flames that cast warm golden light throughout the space, illuminating stone walls lined with preserved foods, and even a small armory of basic weapons. It's bigger on the inside, Atreus marveled, turning in a complete circle to take in their surrounding. A trick of folded space, Mimir explained. Tyr learned it from the dwarves, then perfected it through his own studies. The haven exists partially in this realm and partially in others, allowing it to contain more than physical constraints would permit. Kratos moved cautiously into the space, studying every detail. Despite his wariness, there was something undeniably welcoming about the chamber. The hearth fire burned without consuming fuel, its warmth penetrating the perpetual chill that seemed to cling to these northern realms. The beds, though simple, looked more comfortable than anything they had slept on since leaving their cabin. "This place has remained unchanged for how long?" Kratos asked, picking up a loaf of bread from one of the shelves. "It was perfectly preserved, as if baked that morning." "Centuries at least," Mimir replied. "Perhaps longer." Tyr established it after his first major journey between realms, when he realized travelers would need safe haven in an increasingly dangerous world. Atreus had moved to examine a small alcove where water bubbled up from an ornate fountain, flowing into a basin before disappearing back into the stone. "Is this safe to drink?" "Safer than most," Mimir assured him. Water from Tyr's fountains was renowned for its restorative properties. Not magical, mind you, just extraordinarily pure, filtered through stones brought from multiple realms. The boy cupped his hands, gathering water and taking a cautious sip. His eyes widened slightly. "It tastes like, I don't know, like the first melt of spring snow, but warmer somehow." Kratos, still cautious but increasingly convinced of the haven's benign nature, finally secured his axe on his back. The sanctuary had a feeling of genuineness to it. Simple in its purpose, honest in its execution. It reminded him, in some ways, of the home he had built with Faye. Functional, without ostentation, but created with care. "We will rest here tonight," he decided, the tension in his shoulders easing fractionally. "Continue our journey at first light." Atreus's face brightened at the prospect. After weeks of sleeping in caves, ruined buildings, and makeshift camps, the haven offered a rare comfort. He immediately claimed one of the beds near the hearth, setting his bow and quiver carefully beside it. "Feel that?" Mimir asked as Kratos selected his own bed, positioned to give him clear sight lines to both the entrance and his son. "The weariness lifting? That's the haven's primary enchantment. Time passes differently here. A few hours rest equals days of recovery elsewhere." Kratos rolled his shoulders experimentally, noticing that the persistent ache from their climb up the mountain had indeed begun to fade. "Useful magic," he acknowledged with typical understatement. "Tyr always preferred practical enchantments over flashy displays," Mimir noted. "Making a flower burst into flame might impress for a moment, but creating a space where true rest is possible, that has enduring value." Atreus had already removed his boots and was examining some of the items on nearby shelves. "Father, look at these," he called, holding up a small stone tablet covered in unfamiliar runes. I can't read them, they're not Norse. Kratos joined his son, taking the tablet and studying the strange markings. These are not from this realm, he confirmed, recognizing elements that reminded him of writings from his homeland, though distinctly different. Greek, or something similar, Mimir observed from where Atreus had placed him on a small table. Tyr was particularly fascinated by the pantheons of other realms. He collected knowledge wherever he traveled. Atreus looked up with renewed interest. Like from father's homeland? Precisely, lad. Tyr was perhaps the only Norse god who understood that divinity took different forms in different realms, and that none was inherently superior to others, merely adapted to their own worlds. Kratos set the tablet down, uncomfortable with reminders of his past, yet finding some small measure of, not peace perhaps, but acknowledgement in the fact that his original homeland had been known here, respected by at least one of this realm's gods. The hearth fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across the stone walls. Outside, wind had begun to stir the waters of the lake, but within the haven all was still and warm. For the first time in many days, Kratos allowed himself to sit heavily upon the bed. The weight of constant vigilance temporarily lifted. "You should eat, boy," he reminded Atreus, who was still exploring the chamber with insatiable curiosity. "Then rest. We have ground to cover tomorrow." Atreus nodded, returning to select food from the shelves. Bread, dried fruits, and meats that seemed impossibly fresh despite their age. As they ate in companionable silence, the haven's magic worked quietly upon them, easing strained muscles, healing minor wounds, and clearing minds fogged by fatigue. "Father," Atreus said after some time, his voice soft but clear in the quiet chamber. "Do you think Mother knew about places like this? The temple under the lake, this haven?" Kratos considered the question, memories of Faye rising unbidden. "Your mother knew many things she did not share until necessary. If these places were important to our journey, she would have guided us to them." Through her markings, Atriana nodded thoughtfully. "But maybe some things she wanted us to discover for ourselves, to learn together." The insight was surprisingly perceptive, and Kratos found himself nodding in agreement. Perhaps. Faye was wise that way, Mimir added gently. Understanding that some knowledge must be earned through experience, not simply given. Kratos said nothing more, but as he finished his meal and prepared for sleep, he found himself appreciating anew the path his wife had set them upon. Not just a journey to scatter her ashes, but a journey of discovery between father and son. Each challenge, each new place they explored together, formed another link in the chain that bound them. The haven's enchantment continued its subtle work as night deepened outside. Within its protected walls, Atreus quickly succumbed to sleep. His young face relaxed in a way Kratos rarely saw when they camped in the wild. Even in slumber, the boy usually maintained a certain vigilance, a necessary adaptation to the dangerous world they inhabited. Kratos remained awake longer, his warrior's instincts resistant even to magic designed to promote rest. He watched the steady rise and fall of his son's chest, listening to the soft sounds of the haven, the gentle crackle of eternal flames, the faint bubbling of the fountain, the occasional settling of ancient stone. "You should sleep too, brother," Mimir said quietly from his place on the table. "The haven is as safe as anywhere in the 9 realms can be. Tyr's protections have held for centuries. They'll hold for one more night." Kratos made a non-committal sound, but he did finally allow himself to lie back on the bed, its surprising comfort immediately evident. The ceiling above was inlaid with small pieces of some reflective stone that captured and redistributed the hearth's light, creating the impression of a night sky brought indoors. "Did you know him?" Kratos asked suddenly. Mimir was silent for a moment, perhaps surprised by the question. "Not as well as I would have liked," he finally answered. "Our paths crossed occasionally during my time as Odin's advisor. Tyr was different from the other Aesir, less concerned with power, more interested in understanding. Odin consulted him frequently, then grew to fear his knowledge." "Fear," Kratos repeated, understanding immediately. Gods who feared were gods who destroyed what they feared. Tyr had seen enough realms to know that Asgard's way wasn't the only way. Perhaps not even the best way. That made him dangerous in Odin's eyes. Mimir's voice carried a weight of sadness. "In the end, even I don't know exactly what became of him. Odin claimed he died, but gods are not so easily killed," Kratos finished, thinking of his own history. "Precisely," Mimir agreed, and Tyr was resourceful beyond most. If anyone could have escaped Odin's wrath, it would be him. The conversation lapsed into comfortable silence. Kratos found his eyelids growing heavy, the haven's magic finally overcoming even his formidable resistance. His last thought before sleep claimed him was of Faye, wondering if she had known of this place, if perhaps she had even rested here herself during her own journeys. In the warm glow of the hearth, father and son slept more peacefully than they had in months, watched over by ancient magic and the disembodied head of the wisest man alive, who hummed softly to himself old songs from realms long forgotten. Atreus awoke to the unfamiliar sensation of true rest. For a moment he couldn't place where they were. The comfort of the bed and the warm glow of the hearth were so far removed from their usual accommodations of cold ground and makeshift shelters. Then memory returned, and with it, a sense of wonder at their discovery. Sunlight streamed through cleverly hidden apertures in the ceiling, suggesting morning had come to the world outside. Kratos was already awake, of course, checking their supplies and weapons with methodical precision. "You slept well," his father observed, not quite a question. Atreus nodded, stretching luxuriously. "Better than I can remember. It's like all the tiredness is completely gone." "The haven has served its purpose then," Mimir commented from his new position near the fountain, where Kratos had apparently moved him to drink. "A single night here equals days of recovery elsewhere." Kratos grunted acknowledgement, though even he moved with a fluidity that suggested the haven's magic had worked on him as well. The persistent tension in his shoulders seemed somewhat diminished. The lines of constant vigilance around his eyes softened marginally. As Atreus prepared for the day ahead, gathering his bow and quiver, he noticed something he had missed the previous night. A small alcove set into the far wall, partially concealed by shadow. Curious, he approached it, finding a simple stone chest inscribed with runes. "Father, look at this," he called, examining the inscription. "For travelers in need, take what serves your journey," Atreus translated, fingers tracing the runes. "I think it's some kind of gift." Kratos approached, examining the chest with cautious interest. "It may be trapped." "I doubt that, brother," Mimir interjected. "Not in a sanctuary such as this." Tyr believed in the honor of those who sought refuge here. The chest likely contains supplies or knowledge for continuing journeys. After a moment's consideration, Kratos nodded to his son. "Open it, but carefully." Entry lifted the stone lid, which moved with surprising lightness despite its apparent weight. Inside lay several items: a small leather-bound journal, a pouch of what appeared to be seeds, and a medallion crafted from an unfamiliar metal that seemed to shift colors as the light struck it.
Wow.
Atreus breathed, lifting the medallion first. It hung from a simple leather cord, its surface etched with intricate patterns that resembled the branching paths of Yggdrasil. What is it? A wayfinder, Mimir explained, his wooden features showing as much surprise as they were capable of. Extraordinarily rare, Tyr crafted only a handful for those he trusted to move between realms. Kratos took the medallion, studying it with newfound interest. It opens paths? Not exactly, Mimir clarified. More like it reveals them. Paths between realms exist naturally in certain places, but most are invisible to the naked eye. The Wayfinder illuminates these crossroads to those who carry it. Atreus picked up the journal next, carefully opening its age-worn pages. It's a record of journeys, he said after scanning several entries. Different handwriting throughout, like many travelers, added to it over time. A traveler's log, Mimir nodded. A tradition in some realms. Each visitor records something useful for those who follow. Safe passages, dangers to avoid, resources discovered. The boy flipped through more pages, his expression growing increasingly excited. Father, there's information here about places we've been and places we haven't reached yet. Look, detailed notes about Muspelheim and Niflheim. Kratos examined the journal over his son's shoulder, recognizing its immediate tactical value. Information freely given was rare in this hostile world. Rarer still was information provided without expectation of payment or favor. And these? He asked, indicating the pouch of seeds. Atreus opened it, revealing small golden seeds unlike any they had encountered in their travels. They don't look familiar. Seeds of Idun, Mimir identified them with amazement. I haven't seen these in centuries. They grow into trees that bear golden apples. Not the immortality-granting apples of Asgard, mind you, but their distant cousins. Fruit from these trees provides exceptional healing and strength. Can they grow in our realm? Atreides asked. With proper care, yes. They adapt to their environment with remarkable resilience. Kratos considered the gifts thoughtfully. Unlike most things in the 9 realms, they seemed offered without cost or consequence. Genuine assistance for travelers who found their way to this hidden sanctuary. We will take them, he decided, and leave something in return. Atreus looked surprised. The chest doesn't say we need to leave anything. No, Kratos agreed, but it is proper. The boy nodded slowly, understanding. Gift exchange was fundamental to the Norse culture they now inhabited, not as transaction, but as recognition of mutual respect. After a moment's thought, he removed a small carving from his pack, a wooden figure of a wolf he had been working on during quiet evenings. Would this be suitable, he asked. Kratos nodded approval. The carving represented both skill and time invested, a worthy exchange. Atreus placed it carefully in the chest, closing the lid with a sense of ceremony that seemed fitting for the moment. The haven has provided well, Mimir observed as they gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. Rest, knowledge, and tools for the journey ahead. Tyr would be pleased to see his sanctuary still serving its purpose after so long. As they made ready to leave, Atreus paused at the hearth, watching the eternal flame that had burned for centuries without consuming fuel. Should we say something as thanks? Kratos considered the question with unexpected seriousness. Gratitude was not a sentiment he expressed easily or often. Yet this place had offered them genuine sanctuary without demand, a rarity in his long, blood-soaked existence. "Words are not necessary," he finally said. "Our actions will be thanks enough. We will use what we have gained here with wisdom." Atreus nodded, understanding what his father left unsaid. In a world where most gods demanded worship and sacrifice, true respect was shown through honorable use of gifts given freely. They would not waste what the haven had provided. With their supplies replenished and their bodies rested, they made their way back through the short passage to where their boat waited at the island's edge. The morning sun cast long shadows across the Lake of Nine, burning away the mist that clung to the water's surface after the night. "Where to now, father?" Atreus asked as they pushed off from shore. Kratos considered for a moment, then gestured toward the mountain that dominated the northern horizon. "We continue our journey. Your mother's ashes wait to be scattered from the highest peak." The boy nodded, a brief shadow crossing his face at the reminder of their ultimate purpose. Then he brightened, pulling out the traveler's journal they had acquired. "The journal mentions a shrine near the north shore that we haven't found yet. It might have resources we can use." "Then we shall investigate it," Kratos decided, adjusting their course accordingly. As they rowed away from the island's sanctuary, Mimir spoke thoughtfully from his position at the bow. "You know, the haven we just left and the temple beneath the lake, they represent a different way of using power than what you typically see among gods, creating spaces of safety and reflection, rather than monuments to ego or instruments of control. A rare approach among gods," Kratos noted, his tone making clear where most deities fell in his estimation. "Indeed," Mimir agreed. Tyr was unusual that way. He understood that true strength often lies in restraint, in choosing not to exercise power simply because one possesses it. Atreus looked back at the unremarkable island already receding behind them, its hidden wonders invisible once more to casual observation. "I like that idea," he said softly. "That strength isn't just about what you can destroy, but what you choose to protect." Kratos said nothing, but his glance at his son carried acknowledgement of the wisdom in the boy's words. Perhaps, he thought, Atreus would forge a different path than his father had, one with fewer regrets to carry like chains through the long years. The boat cut smoothly through water turned to molten gold by the morning sun. Ahead lay more challenges, more battles undoubtedly, but for this moment, as they glided across the Lake of Nine with renewed strength and purpose, there was a rare sense of possibility in the crisp northern air. By midday they had crossed to the northern shores of the lake, navigating between half-submerged statues and rocky outcroppings. The shrine Atreus had identified from the journal proved easy enough to find with the detailed directions provided. A small structure nestled in a grove of ancient pines, its stone facade weathered by centuries of harsh winters. "Interesting," Mimir commented as they approached. "This appears to be a shrine to Njordr, god of seas and winds. Unusual to find it this far inland." "Is it dangerous?" Kratos asked, hand instinctively moving toward his axe. "Not likely," Mimir assured him. Njordr was one of the more benevolent deities, more concerned with ensuring safe passage for travelers than with glory or conquest. The shrine's entrance was partially overgrown, suggesting it had been long abandoned. As they drew closer, Atreus noticed symbols carved into the stone archway above the door, waves and spiraling winds, rendered with surprising delicacy. The runes say, "May fair winds guide your journey," he translated, studying the inscription. Inside, The shrine consisted of a single chamber, illuminated by light filtering through gaps in the stone ceiling. At its center stood a pedestal supporting a bronze disc incised with an intricate map of waterways. Not just the Lake of Nine, but rivers and seas beyond, stretching to lands they had not yet explored. A navigator's guide, Mimir explained as they examined it. Njorda's shrines often contained maps showing safe passages and dangerous waters. This one appears to show routes extending far beyond Midgard. Atreus traced the delicate lines with careful fingers, fascination evident in his expression. Some of these matched the ley lines we saw in Tyr's temple. Perceptive lad, Mimir praised. Different gods often recognize the same underlying patterns in the world, though they might interpret them differently. Tyr saw paths between realms. Njorda saw currents that carried travelers safely. Kratos studied the map with practical interest, noting several routes that might prove useful in their journey. Waterways connecting distant regions they had yet to explore, passages through mountains that appeared impassable. This knowledge could shorten our path, he observed. As Atreus continued examining the map, his fingers passed over a particular section near the mountain that was their ultimate destination. As he did, the bronze surface rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and the map shifted, revealing new details previously hidden. "It changed," the boy exclaimed, pulling his hand back in surprise. And Georgia's maps were said to respond to the needs of travelers, Mimir explained, showing different paths depending on where the journey led. The newly revealed section showed a narrow passage through the mountain's northern face, a route they had not discovered in their previous explorations. Beside it, small runes provided warning and guidance. "The wind's path cuts through stone where sunlight never reaches," Atreus read. "Bring flame and faith, for darkness harbors ancient grudges." A cave system, Kratos surmised. One that could allow us to avoid scaling the most treacherous part of the mountain. Precisely, Mimir agreed. Though the warning about ancient grudges suggests we won't find it entirely unoccupied. Kratos was undeterred. All paths in these realms hold danger. Better to face known threats than waste time seeking routes that may not exist. Decision made, he committed the map's details to memory. Unlike some warriors who relied solely on strength and instinct, Kratos had always valued tactical knowledge. Understanding terrain could mean the difference between victory and defeat in battle. As they prepared to leave the shrine, Atreus noticed something they had overlooked upon entering. A small offering bowl near the entrance, long empty of whatever gifts travelers might once have left. "Should we leave something?" he asked, remembering their exchange at the haven. Kratos considered the question. The shrine had provided valuable information, and while he cared little for the gods of this realm, he understood the principles of reciprocity that govern such exchanges. After a moment's thought, he removed a small silver pendant from his pouch, a trinket taken from a Draga months earlier and kept for its potential trade value. He placed it in the offering bowl without ceremony. "Will that be enough?" Atreus asked, watching the gesture with interest. "The value lies not in the offering itself, but in the acknowledgement of exchange," Kratos explained. "We have received knowledge. We leave recognition of its worth." The boy nodded thoughtfully, understanding another lesson in the complex relationships between gods, offerings, and travelers in these northern realms. They emerged from the shrine to find the weather changing, clouds gathering over the mountain that was their destination. A cold wind had begun to blow across the lake, rippling its previously mirror-smooth surface. "Storm coming," Kratos observed, scanning the darkening northern sky. "Aye, and a fierce one by the look of it," Mimir agreed. The mountains create unpredictable weather patterns this time of year. We'd be wise to find shelter before it breaks fully. Atreus looked toward the distant peaks with determination. The cave entrance the map showed. Could we reach it before the storm hits? Kratos calculated distance and time with experienced precision. Yes, if we move quickly. They returned to their boat, pushing off from the shore with renewed urgency. Kratos rowed with powerful, efficient strokes, driving them across the increasingly choppy waters of the lake. Above, the gathering clouds darkened from grey to ominous purple-black, occasionally illuminated from within by distant lightning. Fjordra may have shown us the path, Mimir commented wryly, but he's not making the journey itself particularly pleasant. Gods rarely give without also testing, Kratos replied grimly, a lifetime of experience behind the observation. They made landfall at a narrow shingle beach at the mountain's base, just as the first heavy raindrops began to fall. Securing the boat above the waterline, they gathered their supplies and moved quickly toward the cliffs that rose steeply before them. The cave entrance was not immediately apparent, concealed as it was between two massive boulders and partially overgrown with hardy northern vegetation. Without the map's guidance, they might have passed it by entirely, assuming it to be nothing more than a shallow indentation in the rock face. There, Atreus pointed, spotting a subtle carving of waves beside an opening barely wide enough for Kratos to pass through. Lightning split the sky overhead, followed almost immediately by a thunderclap that seemed to shake the very mountain. The rain intensified, falling now in sheets that reduced visibility to mere yards. Excellent timing, Mimir observed as they ducked into the cave opening, narrowly avoiding the worst of the downpour, though I suspect our journey through the mountain will prove more challenging than the approach. Inside, the passage extended into darkness, its rough-hewn walls suggesting it had been enlarged from a natural formation rather than fully carved by tools. Atreus removed a small brazier from his pack, one of their essential tools for navigating dark places, and lit it with practiced efficiency. The flickering light revealed a tunnel that sloped gently upward, disappearing into the mountain's heart. Along its walls, ancient carvings depicted scenes of ships and stormy seas, further confirmation that this passage was indeed connected to Njordra's domain. "Bring flame and faith," Atreus quoted from the shrine's warning. "Well, we have the flame part covered. Faith is less certain," Kratos responded dryly. "Oh, I don't think the inscription referred to faith in gods," Mimir clarified. "More likely faith in one's path, the determination to continue forward despite uncertainty." Kratos grunted agreement. That kind of faith he possessed in abundance. The relentless will to proceed, to overcome whatever obstacles arose. It had carried him through challenges that would have broken lesser beings. "Stay close," he instructed Atreus as they began their ascent into the mountain, "and remain alert. We do not know what ancient grudges await us here." The boy nodded, bow ready, his movements displaying the growing confidence of a warrior coming into his skills. Together, they advanced into the mountain's depths, leaving behind the storm's fury for the quiet unknown of stone passages carved by forgotten hands. The cave system proved extensive, a winding labyrinth that twisted through the mountain's interior like the roots of Yggdrasil itself. They had been climbing steadily for hours, the passage occasionally widening into chambers adorned with weather-worn carvings, before narrowing again into tight corridors that forced even Atreus to duck. "Whoever created these tunnels was not built like you, brother," Mimir observed as Kratos navigated a particularly constricted section, his broad shoulders nearly scraping both walls simultaneously. "Dwarves, perhaps," Atreus suggested, Possibly, though the style differs from typical dwarven workmanship, Mimir replied. My guess would be an ancient sect devoted to Yordera, seafarers, who sought his guidance for inland journeys as well as maritime ones. The tunnel opened suddenly into the largest chamber they had yet encountered, a vast cavern with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness above the reach of their light. At its center lay a pool of water, perfectly still and black as obsidian, reflecting their torchlight like a mirror. Remarkable, Mimir breathed. An underground lake fed by mountain springs. Kratos approached the water's edge cautiously, senses alert for danger. The chamber was too perfectly formed, the pool too precisely centered to be natural. This was a place of purpose, of design. There are runes around the edge, Atreus noted, crouching to examine markings carved into the stone floor surrounding the pool. They say, the still water remembers all journeys. Speak your destination to the depth. Curious, Mimir commented. This appears to be a navigation chamber, a place where travelers could seek guidance through the mountain's passages. Atreus looked to his father. Should we try it? Speak our destination? Kratos frowned, instinctively wary of magical mechanisms he didn't fully understand. Yet their path through the mountain grew increasingly complex, and the value of guidance was clear. What would be the cost? He asked Mimir directly. Njordra's magic. Likely nothing beyond what you've already offered at his shrine, the head replied. His concern was always for the safety of travelers, not extracting payment or worship. After a moment's consideration, Kratos nodded to Atreus. Speak our need, but be specific. Magic often interprets requests literally. The boy approached the pool's edge, considering his words carefully before speaking. We seek the quickest safe passage through this mountain, toward the highest peak where we can scatter our mother's ashes. For a moment, nothing happened. The chamber remained silent, but for the soft drip of water from distant stalactites. Then, slowly, the surface of the pool began to glow with a soft blue-green light reminiscent of phosphorescent ocean waves. The light spread and shifted, forming patterns across the water's surface, lines and pathways that extended from their current position outward in multiple directions. One path, marked by a brighter glow, traced a route through the mountain that avoided the steepest climbs while still ascending toward their ultimate destination. A map, Atreus breathed in wonder, like the one in the shrine, but showing the inside of the mountain. Kratos studied the glowing pathways with tactical appreciation. The highlighted route would indeed serve their purposes well, avoiding unnecessary ascents and descents while steering clear of several chambers marked with warning symbols. How long will it remain visible? He asked practically. Not long, I'd wager, Mimir replied. Such visions are typically momentary. Best commit it to memory while you can. Both Kratos and Atreus studied the map intently, memorizing key junctions and landmarks. The boy had developed an impressive mental capacity for navigation, often recalling details of paths they had traveled only once. As predicted, the glowing map began to fade after several minutes, the blue-green light diminishing until the pool once again lay dark and still before them. But its guidance remained in their memories, offering direction through the mountain's complex interior. The next passage should be behind that northern wall, Atreus indicated, pointing to where the map had shown a continuation of their path. Though I don't see an opening. Closer inspection revealed a narrow fissure partially concealed by a rock overhang, not immediately apparent but passable. As they approached it, however, Kratos suddenly raised his hand in warning. his warrior's instincts sensing a change in the chamber's atmosphere. "We are not alone," he said quietly, hand moving to the Leviathan axe at his back. Atreus immediately readied his bow, scanning the shadows beyond their torchlight. "Draugr?" "No," Kratos replied, his senses extending outward. "Something older." The surface of the pool, so still moments before, now rippled as if disturbed by movement beneath. The ripples expanded outward in concentric circles until, reaching the stone edge, where they somehow continued across the solid floor, like waves passing through rock as though it were sand. "Ah," Mimir said with sudden recognition. "I believe we've awakened the chamber's guardian, the ancient grudge mentioned in the warning." From the center of the pool, a figure began to rise, humanoid in general shape, but composed entirely of water that somehow maintained its form against gravity's pull. As it fully emerged, details became visible. Armor fashioned from what appeared to be coral and driftwood, a face with features that constantly shifted like waves, and eyes that glowed with the same blue-green light that had formed their map. A water white, Mimir identified it. A guardian spirit bound to this place centuries ago. They're not inherently malevolent, but they are sworn to test those who seek passage. The water being regarded them silently, its fluid form rippling and reforming continuously. When it spoke, its voice sounded like waves breaking on a distant shore. "You seek the mountain's heart," it observed, the words somehow both statement and question. Kratos stepped forward, positioning himself between the entity and Atreus. "We seek passage through, not conquest." The white's watery features shifted in what might have been consideration. "All seekers claim peaceful intent, yet the mountain remembers blood spilled by gods and their children. Why should you pass untested?" "We have made offering at Njordra's shrine," Kratos responded, diplomatic yet firm, "and we seek only to fulfill a promise to one who has passed beyond." The being seemed to consider this, its form rippling more intensely. "Njordra's blessing carries weight, even in these forgotten depths. Yet the test remains. None pass without demonstrating worthiness." "What test do you require?" Atreus asked, moving to stand beside his father rather than behind him, a small but significant gesture of growing confidence. The water white extended a fluid arm, pointing to 3 stone pedestals that had somehow appeared at the chamber's edge, or perhaps had been there all along, unnoticed in the shadows. "3 challenges stand between you and your path," it explained, its watery voice echoing slightly in the vast chamber. "Strength, which you have in abundance," a nod toward Kratos. "Wisdom, which you carry with you," a gesture toward Mimir. "And compassion, which the young one is learning." Kratos frowned, inherently suspicious of tests designed by ancient beings. In his experience, such trials often conceal traps or deceptions. "And if we refuse? Then you may leave the way you came," the white replied simply. "The mountain does not imprison, but neither does it yield its paths freely." A tense silence followed as Kratos weighed their options. Backtracking would cost precious time and energy, potentially forcing them to scale the mountain's exterior. A difficult and dangerous proposition, especially with storms still raging outside. "We will face your challenges," he decided finally. The water white nodded, its fluid form settling into a more defined shape. "Approach the first pedestal, god of war. Demonstrate that strength can be measured in restraint as well as force." Kratos moved toward the indicated stone platform, upon which rested what appeared to be a simple clay vessel. Unremarkable in appearance, it nonetheless radiated an aura of age and significance. This vessel contains water from the first rains that fell upon Midgard, the Wight explained. Your challenge is to move it to the second pedestal without spilling a single drop. Use force and it will shatter. Use too gentle a touch and your hands will pass through it like mist. Kratos studied the vessel thoughtfully. The challenge was clearly designed to test control rather than raw power, a deliberate counterpoint to his reputation. Throughout his long life, he had been valued and feared for his capacity for destruction. Few had ever required him to demonstrate delicacy. With careful deliberation, he positioned his hands on either side of the vessel. Finding the perfect balance between firmness and gentleness required precise control of muscles accustomed to wielding weapons and tearing apart enemies. Too much pressure would crush the ancient clay. Too little would fail to grasp it at all. Drawing on centuries of combat discipline, Kratos lifted the vessel with exquisite control. Water sloshed inside, but did not spill over the rim as he moved with measured steps to the second pedestal, placing the container down with the same careful precision. The water wight nodded in acknowledgement. Strength tempered by control. The first test is passed. Its fluid gaze shifted to Mimir. Now for wisdom. Answer that which cannot be known. A contradiction in terms, isn't it? Mimir remarked dryly. How can I answer what cannot be known? The wight replied, is precisely the question. A sphere of water formed above the second pedestal, within which swirled images too rapid and chaotic to distinguish clearly. Glimpses of past, future, and realms beyond their own. Within this sphere lies a question, the wight continued. Find it among the chaos, and provide the answer that cannot be known. Mimir studied the swirling waters with his ancient eyes, decades of accumulated knowledge evident in his thoughtful gaze. To find a question within chaos, he mused, one must first determine the nature of the chaos itself. The head fell silent for several moments, observing the patterns that formed and dissolved within the watery sphere. Then slowly a smile spread across his wooden features. Ah, I see it now, he said. The question hidden in the chaos is, what lies beyond the 9 realms? And the answer that cannot be known is simply this, that which we choose to discover. The sphere stilled momentarily, then burst into droplets that reformed into a perfect circle above the pedestal, neither confirming nor denying Mimir's response. Wisdom, the wight observed, lies not in possessing all answers, but in understanding the value of questions. The second test is passed. Its attention turned finally to Atreus, who stood straight and attentive, determination evident in his young features. And now for compassion, young god. Your test awaits at the third pedestal. Atreus approached cautiously to find a small pool had formed on the stone surface. Within it swam a tiny fish, its scales gleaming silver in the torchlight. This creature is the last of its kind, the wight explained. Ancient when the mountain was young, forgotten by all save those who guard the old ways. It can grant a single wish to one who holds it. Power, knowledge, protection against enemies. Or it can be released to live out its days in freedom, its magic untapped. The boy looked at the fish with newfound interest, then up at the water wight with sudden suspicion. Is this a trick? Will making either choice fail the test? The wight's watery features remained impassive. There is no deception. The choice is yours alone, and it will reveal the true measure of compassion. Atreus contemplated the small creature swimming in lazy circles. The potential benefits of such magic were obvious: enhanced protection for their journey, knowledge that might ease their path, power that could help them overcome enemies yet to be faced. Yet as he watched the fish's movements, he recognized something in its perpetual circling. The limitation of its existence, confined to this small space, for what must have been centuries or more. Without further hesitation, he cupped his hands and gently lifted the fish from its pool. "Where can it be free?" he asked the wight. "Where would it thrive?" "You choose not to use its magic," the guardian questioned. "It's the last of its kind," Atreus replied simply. "Its freedom is worth more than whatever wish I might make." Something like approval rippled across the wight's fluid features. "Then carry it to the great pool at the chamber's center. There it will find passages to waters beyond this mountain, where others of its ancient kind may yet survive." Atreus did as instructed, carefully transporting the tiny fish to the large central pool and releasing it with gentle hands. The creature darted away, its silver scales catching the light one last time before it disappeared into the dark depth. "Compassion," the wight observed, "lies in recognizing that all beings desire freedom, and sometimes in helping them achieve it when you could instead bend them to your will." The third test is passed. The guardian's form began to shift, losing definition as it seemed to merge partially with the surrounding air and stone. "The path you seek lies open before you," it said, its voice growing fainter. "May your journey to the peak bring the peace you seek." The fissure they had noticed earlier widened suddenly, revealing a passage that glowed faintly with the same blue-green light that had illuminated their map. Beyond, they could see a tunnel ascending steadily upward through the mountain. "Fate guides your steps," the wight said, now little more than a voice and a faint shimmer in the air. "But choices determine your path. Remember what you have learned in this chamber when you stand upon the peak." With those final words, the guardian disappeared entirely, leaving only ripples across the central pool's surface to indicate it had ever existed. The three pedestals remained, but the challenges they had held were gone, leaving only smooth stone surfaces behind. "Well," Mimir remarked after a moment of silence, "that was considerably more philosophical than your average guardian encounter." Kratos grunted noncommittally, already assessing the newly revealed passage. "The path appears stable. We should continue while the way remains open." Atreus nodded, but his expression remained thoughtful as he gathered his equipment. "The fish," he said suddenly. "Do you think it really was the last of its kind?" "Perhaps," Kratos replied. "Or perhaps it was merely a test, a creation of the wight itself." "Either way," Mimir interjected, "your choice revealed your character, lad. That was the true purpose of the challenge." The boy considered this as they moved toward the passage. "I just couldn't take away its freedom, not when I saw how it was trapped in that small pool." Kratos placed a hand briefly on his son's shoulder, a rare gesture of approval that spoke volumes. "Freedom," he said quietly, "is worth more than power. Remember that lesson well." Together they entered the glowing passage, leaving behind the Chamber of Trials for the continued journey upward through the mountain's heart. Outside, the storm still raged across the Lake of Nine, but within the ancient tunnels they proceeded steadily toward their destination, guided by the wisdom and magic of gods long forgotten by the wider world. The passage wound steadily upward, its walls occasionally marked with the same wave-like runes they had seen at the shrine. After several hours of climbing, they began to notice changes in the air around them, a freshness that suggested we must be nearing the summit, Atreus observed, energy returning to his steps despite the long journey. The air tastes different." "Indeed," Mimir agreed. "Crisper, with that distinctive quality you only find at high elevations. We've made excellent progress through the mountain." The tunnel widened gradually until it opened into a small cave with a narrow fissure at its far end. Through this crack they could see daylight. Not the harsh brightness of midday, but the softer glow of approaching sunset. "Twilight again," Atreus noted as they made their way through the opening and emerged onto a high ledge nestled just below the mountain's peak. "We've been inside the mountain all day." The view that greeted them was breathtaking. From this height they could see across the entire Lake of Nine, its waters now calm in the aftermath of the storm, reflecting the evening sky like a vast mirror. The journey that had begun with a simple boat ride across those waters now culminated here, near the roof of the world. Kratos surveyed their position with practiced efficiency. The highest point lies just above. A short climb remains. The final ascent was steep but manageable, requiring more careful navigation than brute strength. Together, father and son picked their way up the rocky slope, finding handholds in the ancient stone, supporting each other when needed. Mimir, secured to Kratos' belt for this portion of the climb, offered occasional guidance about stable rock formations, his centuries of observation proving useful even in this practical context. As the last rays of the sun painted the sky in shades of gold and purple, remarkably similar to those that had colored their departure the previous evening, they reached the summit. A flat expanse of stone formed a natural platform at the mountain's highest point, offering unobstructed views in all directions. "We made it," Atreus said quietly, the significance of the moment settling over him. "This is where Mother wanted her ashes scattered." Kratos nodded, removing the leather pouch that had hung at his side throughout their long journey. Within it rested the earthly remains of Faye, wife, mother, warrior, guide, the woman who had changed the path of a god of war and given him a son who might yet forge a different legacy. "She chose well," Mimir observed softly, taking in the spectacular vista. "From here, the winds will carry her to all corners of the realms." The three stood in silence for a moment, honoring both their achievement and its purpose. Then, with ceremonial solemnity, Kratos opened the pouch, preparing to complete the task that had driven their journey from its beginning. "Wait," Atreus said suddenly. "Before I'd like to say something." Kratos paused, studying his son's face. The boy had grown in more ways than physical during their travels. Maturity etched in his features where once there had been only youth and uncertainty. "Speak then," he encouraged, his gruff tones softened almost imperceptibly. Atreus took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "Mother," he began, addressing the ashes and the spirit they represented, "we made it to the highest peak, just as you asked. Our journey was long and sometimes difficult, but we learned so much along the way." He glanced at his father, then back to the pouch of ashes. "I think I understand now why you wanted us to make this journey together. It wasn't just about bringing you here. It was about what father and I would discover about each other and ourselves." Kratos stood silent, allowing his son this moment. The boy's perception often surprised him, seeing truths beneath the surface that others, including himself, sometimes missed. "I miss you every day," Adrian continued, his voice steady despite the emotion behind his words. "But I feel you guiding us still, through the marks you left, through the lessons you taught us. I hope you're proud of how far we've come." He fell silent, having said what was in his heart. Kratos placed a hand on his son's shoulder, a gesture once rare between them, now becoming a quiet language of its own. "She is proud," he said with simple certainty. Then, turning to face the setting sun, he added, "Are you ready?" Atreus nodded, squaring his shoulders. Together they stepped to the edge of the summit platform. With ceremonial dignity, Atreus loosened the binding of the pouch and held it out. The evening wind, as if sensing the significance of the moment, picked up strength, swirling around them in anticipation. "Faye," Kratos spoke, his deep voice carrying across the mountaintop, "we fulfill your final wish." With that, he upended the pouch, releasing the ashes into the wind. They caught the last golden rays of the setting sun, glowing momentarily like embers, before being carried away on the currents of air that flowed from the peak across the vast expanse of the realms. For several minutes, they watched in silence as the ashes dispersed, some drifting toward the lake of Nine below, others carried higher into the twilit sky, becoming indistinguishable from the gathering stars. "The cycle completes," Mimir observed softly from his position. "From the highest peak to the furthest reaches, just as she planned." Atreus blinked back tears that were not entirely of sadness. There was something beautiful in watching his mother's remains becoming part of the world she had loved, protected, and moved through with such purpose. "What now, father?" he asked as the last visible traces disappeared into the dusk. Kratos contemplated the question, looking out over the vast landscape spread before them. Their journey had been singularly focused on reaching this point, this moment. What came after had remained unexamined, a future deliberately not considered until the present task was complete. "We return home," he decided finally. "Rest, then continue your training." The simplicity of the answer carried its own comfort. Life would go on, lessons would continue. The bond between father and son, forged stronger through their shared trials, would endure. As darkness settled fully across the land, they prepared a small camp on the protected side of the summit. The mountain peak offered little shelter, but they had weathered worse conditions throughout their journey. A small fire, carefully maintained against the high-altitude wind, provided warmth as they settled in for the night. "When we return to the lake tomorrow," Atreus said as he arranged his bedroll, "could we visit the temple again? The underwater one we found when we started this journey?" Kratos considered the request. For what purpose? The boy hesitated, formulating his thoughts. "To give thanks, I guess, for guiding us to the haven, which helped us reach the mountain safely. It seems right to acknowledge its help." "The temple is not alive," Kratos pointed out practically. "It cannot hear gratitude." "Perhaps not," Mimir interjected. "But rituals of thanks are not always for the benefit of those thanked. Sometimes they serve to remind us of the assistance we've received, and the importance of offering aid to others in turn." Kratos regarded the disembodied head thoughtfully. Throughout their journey, Mimir's wisdom had proven valuable in navigating not just the physical landscape of these northern realms, but their cultural and spiritual terrain as well. "Very well," he conceded. "We will visit the temple on our return." Atreus smiled, settling back against his pack. Above them, the night sky revealed itself in all its glory, countless stars emerging from the darkness like runes written across the heavens. The boy traced constellations with his eyes, recalling stories his mother had told him about the patterns of stars and the ancient beings they represented. "Mother taught me that some stars are actually other suns," he said, sharing the thought aloud. "Far away, lighting other worlds we can't see." "Aye, she was right about that," Mimir confirmed. The ancient scholars of many realms understood this truth. The night sky is not merely a ceiling above our world, but a window into the vastness beyond. Kratos, typically dismissive of cosmological discussions that held no tactical value, found himself gazing upward with uncharacteristic contemplation. The idea of other worlds beyond even the 9 realms he knew, worlds perhaps untouched by the conflicts of gods and their children, held a certain appeal. As the fire burned low and Atreus drifted into sleep, Kratos maintained his vigil, watching over his son while his thoughts ranged far beyond the mountain peak. The journey to scatter Faye's ashes had reached its culmination, yet he sensed that their true journey, his and the boys', was still unfolding, its ultimate destination yet unclear. In the quiet darkness of the mountain night, with only the distant calls of nocturnal birds and the soft whisper of wind for company, Kratos allowed himself a rare moment of uncertainty. The path that had brought him to this point, from the blood-soaked temples of his homeland to this cold northern peak, had been guided by forces sometimes beyond his control, sometimes of his own making. What guides would shape the path ahead? The leather-bound journal they had acquired in Tyr's Haven lay beside his pack, its pages filled with knowledge gathered by travelers across centuries. Perhaps within its weathered covers lay insights for the journey yet to come. Or perhaps, as had so often been the case in his long life, the way forward would reveal itself only in the facing of it. With that thought, Kratos settled into the patient alertness that substituted for true rest in his warrior's existence. Tomorrow would bring their descent from the mountain and the beginning of whatever awaited them next. For now, the knowledge that they had fulfilled their promise to Faye was enough. Dawn broke clear and cold over the mountain summit, painting the world below in shades of pearl and gold. The Lake of Nine, visible in its entirety from their lofty position, reflected the morning sky like polished silver, its waters calm in the aftermath of the previous day's storm. Atreus woke refreshed despite the hard stone and chill air of their mountaintop camp. Perhaps it was the satisfaction of having completed their mission, or the lingering effects of their rest in Tyr's Haven, or simply the resilience of youth, but he rose with eager energy for the journey home. The lake looks different from up here, he observed as he helped pack their limited gear. Smaller somehow, but also more connected to everything around it. Perspective changes understanding, Kratos noted, his rare philosophical observation delivered in the same matter-of-fact tone he might use to comment on the weather. Indeed, Mimir agreed. Many conflicts arise simply because each side views the same landscape from different mountains, as it were. The descent promised to be faster than their ascent, particularly with their newfound knowledge of the path through the mountain's interior. Within an hour of breaking camp, they had located the cave entrance through which they had emerged the previous evening, beginning their journey back through the tunnels that would lead them to the lake's shore. The mountain's passages felt different in descent, less mysterious, more familiar. Places that had required careful navigation on their upward journey now seemed straightforward, the path clearly marked by their own recent passage and the lingering blue-green glow that had guided them initially. They passed through the chamber of the water white without incident, the large central pool now still and reflective, showing no signs of the entity that had tested them. The pedestals remained, however, silent witnesses to the challenges they had overcome. "Do you think the Guardian will return for other travelers?" Atreus asked as they crossed the chamber. "Perhaps," Mimir replied. "Such entities often exist in cycles, awakening when needed, returning to dormancy when their purpose is fulfilled." By midday they had emerged from the mountain's base, returning to the small shingle beach where they had secured their boat. The craft waited undisturbed, protected from the previous day's storm by the overhang of rock where they had carefully placed it. As they pushed off from shore, returning to the waters of the Lake of Nine, Atreus noticed how the mountain behind them now seemed impossibly tall. Its peak, where they had stood just hours before, lost in clouds that obscured its highest reaches. "It doesn't seem real that we were up there," he commented, trailing his hand in the cool water as his father rowed with practiced efficiency, like it was a dream. "Not a dream," Kratos corrected, "an achievement. Remember it as such." They set course across the lake, heading toward the underwater temple that had begun their journey. The day was clear, the storm's passage having washed the air clean of dust and haze, allowing visibility across the entire expanse of water. Islands and outcroppings that had seemed separate proved connected beneath the surface, forming a complex topography invisible from shore. "Father," Atreus said after a period of companionable silence, "when we were in Tyr's Haven, and then in Yodra's shrine, and even in the Guardian's chamber, they all seem to value different things than the gods we've encountered before." "How so?" Kratos asked, though his tone suggested he had observed the same distinction. "Well, Odin seeks knowledge to control others. Thor uses his strength to dominate. But Tyr and Yodra seem to have used their power to create safe places, to help travelers, even knowing those travelers might be enemies of the Aesir. Different gods, different purposes," Mimir explained. "Not all deities are driven by dominion or glory. Some understand that power carries responsibility beyond self-interest." Kratos rowed steadily, his expression giving no indication of his thoughts. But Atreus, growing increasingly adept at reading his father's subtle cues, noted the slight change in his posture, a kind of thoughtful attentiveness that suggested the conversation had struck a meaningful chord. "Could a god change?" the boy asked suddenly. "I mean, if one was destructive before, could they choose a different path?" The question hung in the air between them, its implications extending beyond philosophical curiosity. Kratos continued rowing for several strokes before answering. "Gods rarely change their nature," he said finally, "but their choices, those can differ over time." It was perhaps the closest Kratos had come to discussing his own transformation, from the vengeful ghost of Sparta to the more measured, if still formidable, figure who had built a life in these northern woods with Fae and raised a son in relative peace. "I think that's the real legacy of gods like Tyr," Mimir observed. "Not monuments or conquests, but the understanding that divinity itself is a choice, a daily decision about how power is used." They lapsed into thoughtful silence as the boat glided across the lake's calm surface. The journey that had begun in grief and duty had expanded into something more complex, an education for Atreus, not just in survival and combat, but in the nature of power and its responsible use. By late afternoon, they had reached the area where they had first observed the submerged temple, its entrance now visible beneath the clear waters. The blue glow that had initially caught their attention was dormant, the temple appearing as nothing more than ancient stone, claimed by the lake. "How do we enter without the light guiding us?" Atreus questioned, peering over the side of the boat at the submerged structure below. "We could wait for twilight," Mimir suggested, "when conditions match our initial discovery." Kratos considered this option, but his attention was drawn to the medallion they had acquired in Tyr's Haven, the wayfinder that shifted colors in changing light. He removed it from his pack, studying the way its metal surface seemed to capture and transform the afternoon sunlight. "The wayfinder," he said, holding the medallion over the water where the temple entrance lay below. It reveals hidden paths. As the medallion dangled from his massive hand, its surface began to glow with the same blue-green light they had seen in the temple and the mountain passages. The light extended downward, touching the water and continuing beneath the surface, illuminating the entrance they sought. "It works," Atreus exclaimed. "It's showing us the way in." Without hesitation, Kratos secured the boat and prepared for their descent. They had become adept at underwater exploration during their journey, developing techniques for moving efficiently through submerged spaces while conserving breath. With the Wayfinder guiding their path, they dove beneath the surface, following its light to the temple entrance. As before, the moment they passed the threshold, the water receded, revealing dry steps leading down into the ancient structure. The magic that preserved this space continued to function, undiminished by time or their previous visit. The grand hall opened before them just as they remembered, ceiling-high windows looking out into the surrounding waters, the central pool of liquid starlight still swirling with cosmic patterns. But there was a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a sense of welcome, as if the temple itself recognized their return. "It feels different," Atreus noted, voicing the sentiment. "Warmer, somehow." "The temple responds to intent," Mimir explained. "Your purpose in returning, gratitude rather than need, creates a different resonance within the space." They approached the central pool, where images had previously formed, showing moments of significance from their lives. Now, as they gazed into its depths, new scenes appeared. Moments from their recent journey, the haven's warmth, the shrine's guidance, the guardian's challenges, and finally, the scattering of Faye's ashes from the mountain's summit. "It's showing us what we accomplished," Atreus realized, watching the images flow and transition within the shimmering liquid. "Not just what, but how," Mimir corrected gently. "Notice that it highlights not the destination, but the discoveries made along the way." Indeed, the pool seemed to emphasize specific moments, Kratos demonstrating restraint rather than force with the clay vessel, Atreus choosing to free the ancient fish rather than use its magic, their shared observation of stars from the mountain peak, connections formed, lessons learned, choices made. "I think," Atreus said thoughtfully, "this is why Mother wanted us to make the journey together. Not just to take her ashes to the peak, but because of what would happen between us on the way." Kratos studied his son's face, seeing in it echoes of Faye's perceptiveness, the ability to discern purpose in what others might view as merely circumstance. She was wise in her planning, he acknowledged. As they watched, the images in the pool began to shift again, showing not past events but potential futures, shadowy and indistinct, more suggestion than revelation. Paths extending beyond the mountain, journeys yet to be undertaken, challenges still to be faced. "The future remains unwritten," Mimir observed. "But the temple offers glimpses of possibilities shaped by the choices you've already made." Among the shifting possibilities, certain images appeared with greater clarity. Atreus training with his bow, skill increasing under his father's guidance. The seeds from Tyr's Haven planted near their home, beginning to sprout. The two of them exploring regions of the 9 realms they had not yet visited. "Our journey doesn't end with Mother's ashes," Atreus realized. "It just changes direction." Kratos nodded, accepting this truth. The mission that had driven them forward had reached its conclusion, but the path itself continued. There would be new purposes, new challenges, new knowledge to acquire and apply. The pool's surface stilled, returning to its default state of swirling cosmic patterns. The temple had shown what it wished them to see, acknowledgement of their completed journey. glimpses of potential futures, but no definitive answers. Those would come through their own choices and actions in the days ahead. We should return home, Kratos decided, before night falls fully. As they prepared to leave the temple, Atreus paused, looking back at the grand hall with its impossible views into the lake and its pool of liquid starlight. Should we leave something? He asked. As thanks, like we did at the other places? Kratos considered the question. Their offerings at Njordrun's shrine and in Tyr's haven had been acknowledgments of exchange, gratitude for guidance and shelter received. But what could they offer a temple that seemed to exist outside normal time, that appeared to need nothing from those who visited it? After a moment's thought, Kratos removed a small object from his pack, a carved wooden toy that had belonged to Atreus as a young child, which he had carried with them on their journey as a private remembrance of simpler days. It was one of the few personal items he had brought, its value sentimental rather than practical. This, he said, holding out the small carving to his son. Atreus's eyes widened in recognition. Your wooden soldier, but Mother made that for me when I was little. You've kept it all this time? Kratos nodded once, his expression giving away nothing of the significance this simple object held for him. How it represented not just Atreus' childhood, but Faye's hands creating it, their life together in the quiet woods. Are you sure? The boy asked, understanding instinctively that this was no ordinary offering. It belongs here now, Kratos decided. A memory of what brought us to this point. With ceremonial care, Atreus placed the wooden toy at the edge of the central pool. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the liquid starlight extended a tendril that touched the carving, surrounding it with a gentle glow before drawing it beneath the surface, not to destroy, but to preserve. As they watched, the pool rippled once more, showing a final image. Faye sitting by firelight, carefully carving the wooden soldier, looking up occasionally to where a much younger Atreus slept peacefully. Kratos standing guard nearby. A moment of perfect contentment from years past, now honored in this timeless space. She'd approve, Mimir said softly, of the offering and of how far you've both come since that moment. Father and son stood together in silence for a moment longer, absorbing the significance of what they had done, not just completing their promised journey, but finding a way to honor both its beginning and its end. Then, with quiet determination, they turned toward the steps that would lead them back to the surface and the waiting boat. The temple would remain beneath the Lake of Nine, its magic preserved for other travelers who might need its reflection and guidance. But they had left a piece of themselves within it, a connection that would endure long after they departed. As they emerged from the temple into late afternoon sunlight, the waters of the lake closing behind them and returning the structure to its hidden state, Atreus felt a sense of completion unlike anything he had experienced before. Their mission to scatter his mother's ashes had been fulfilled, but the journey had given them something beyond duty accomplished, a deeper understanding of each other and of themselves. They climbed back into their boat, Kratos taking up the oars with practiced ease. The shoreline that would lead them home lay visible in the distance, bathed in the golden light of approaching sunset. Do you think, Atreus asked as they began their final crossing of the lake, that we'll find more places like the ones we discovered, hidden havens and temples with their own magic? The Nine Realms hold many secrets, Mimir replied. Most lie dormant until the right travelers appear at the right moment. Kratos rowed steadily, his powerful strokes carrying them smoothly across the water. We will find what we need to find, he said simply, when we need to find it. The wisdom in this straightforward answer struck Atreus as profound in its acceptance of whatever lay ahead. Their journey had begun with a specific purpose, to honor Faye's last wish. It had evolved into something more complex, a voyage of discovery between father and son, and now it continued into an unwritten future, shaped by the lessons they had learned along the way. As twilight once again settled over the Lake of Nine, painting the sky in purples and oranges that mirrored those of their departure, Atreus felt his mother's presence not as grief or absence, but as guiding wisdom. She had set them on this path knowing what they might discover, not just about the world around them, but about each other and themselves. The boat moved steadily toward home, carrying with it a father and son changed by their journey, bound not just by blood but by shared experience, mutual respect, and growing understanding. Behind them, the mountain peak where they had scattered Faye's ashes caught the last rays of the setting sun, glowing momentarily like a beacon before fading into the gathering dusk. And beneath the lake's surface, the Temple of Reflection preserved a small wooden soldier, carrying with it memories of what had been and promises of what might yet come. The journey that had begun in endings had transformed into beginnings. Paths yet to be walked, choices yet to be made, a future waiting to be written by their own hands. As true night fell across the 9 realms, father and son continued their journey home, guided by stars emerging in the darkening sky. The same stars they had observed from the mountain peak, the same stars Faye had once taught her son to navigate by. Different perspective, same constants, a lesson in itself for the path that lay ahead. The Lake of Nine fell behind them as they reached the shore and continued their journey on foot, but its waters had become part of their shared story. A mirror reflecting not just sky and mountain, but the changing relationship between a god of war and his son. A relationship that, like the lake itself, contained depths visible only to those who knew how to look beneath the surface. And so their journey continued, not ended, but transformed. The twilight on the Lake of Nine had illuminated not just ancient temples and hidden paths, but the bonds between them that would guide their way forward through whatever challenges the 9 realms might yet hold. With each step toward home, the future unfolded before them, unknown but faced together, as Faye had intended all along. For in the end, the greatest journey was not to the mountain's peak, but to the understanding that had grown between them along the way. The journey home through the twilight forests was peaceful, the tension that had accompanied them for so long finally easing from their shoulders. With each step, Kratos and Atreus drew closer to their cabin, carrying with them not just memories of their completed quest, but newfound understanding that would shape their days ahead. As night fully embraced the woods, Atreus's eyes grew heavy. The emotional weight of scattering his mother's ashes, combined with the physical exertion of their journey, left him stumbling slightly with fatigue. "We will rest here," Kratos decided, selecting a small clearing surrounded by ancient pines that offered natural shelter. They made camp with practiced efficiency, the familiar routine requiring few words between them. Soon a small fire cast dancing shadows across their temporary haven, its warmth a welcome comfort against the chill northern air. "Sleep, boy," Kratos instructed, as Atreus fought to keep his eyes open. Tomorrow's journey will complete itself. Nodding drowsily, Atreus settled onto his bedroll, Mimir already snoring softly nearby. "Father," he murmured, "do you think there are other places like the temple and the haven? Other secrets hidden in the realms?" Kratos considered the question as he stoked the fire. The world is vast, its mysteries vaster still. I hope we find more of them, Atreus whispered, his voice fading as sleep claimed him. Together. As his son drifted into dreams, Kratos maintained his vigil. The fire's glow illuminated his weathered features as his thoughts turned to what might lie ahead. Their journey to the mountain's peak had ended, but Faye had left other markings, other guideposts that hinted at paths yet untraveled. The flames flickered, momentarily forming patterns that resembled the branches of Yggdrasil itself. Kratos watched them dance, remembering tales Faye had shared of the world tree's countless mysteries, of hidden paths between realms, of ancient knowledge preserved in its roots and branches, of glades untouched by the conflicts of gods or men. Little did they know that even as they rested, events were unfolding that would soon lead them to another such wonder, a place of legend even among the gods themselves. For while one journey had reached its conclusion, another was about to begin, drawing them toward a secret hidden in plain sight within the very fabric of Yggdrasil. The hidden glade of Yggdrasil awaited, its mysteries as yet undreamed by the slumbering boy and his watchful father. The forest grew denser as Kratos and Atreus ventured deeper into its heart, the late afternoon sun filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns that shifted with each breath of wind. They had left their cabin that morning on what was meant to be a simple foraging expedition, replenishing herbs that had grown sparse in their usual hunting grounds, gathering materials for arrows and medicines. "Father, look at these," Atreus called softly, crouching to examine a cluster of small blue flowers nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. Mother used these for fever remedies. She called them frost petals. Kratos approached with measured steps, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings even in this seemingly peaceful wood. Years of battle had ingrained vigilance that not even the tranquil forest could fully dispel. He nodded in acknowledgement as Atreus carefully harvested the flowers, storing them in the leather pouch at his belt. She would gather them only under a waning moon, the boy continued, his voice carrying the slight wistfulness that always accompanied memories of Faye. Said their properties were strongest then. "The moon wanes tonight," Kratos observed, glancing skyward, though the sun still held dominion over the heavens. "Take what we need." Atreus worked with practiced efficiency, fingers gentle as he selected mature blooms while leaving younger plants to flourish. His mother's lessons in sustainable harvesting remained vivid in his mind, taking only what was necessary, ensuring the forest's bounty would renew itself for seasons to come. As the boy finished his task, Mimir spoke from his position, secured at Krivas' belt. "These woods grow peculiar the deeper we venture," the severed head observed, his magical eyes discerning patterns invisible to others. "Notice how the trees stand, almost deliberately placed, like pillars in a great hall." Now that Mimir mentioned it, Atreus could see what he meant. The massive trunks did seem arranged with unusual symmetry, creating natural pathways that beckoned them further into the forest depths. Even the underbrush appeared less random than typical woodland growth, clustering in ways that left clear passages between the towering trees. "Could someone have planted them this way?" Atreus asked, rising to his feet and slinging his bow more securely across his back. "Not planted," Mihir replied thoughtfully. "More like guided. Some forests grow naturally around sources of old magic, responding to energies that flow beneath the surface like water through hidden channels." Kratos grunted non-committally, but his eyes narrowed as he surveyed their surroundings with renewed attention. "The daylight fades," he noted pragmatically. "We should return home." but Atreus had already taken several steps along one of the natural pathways, drawn by curiosity that had only grown stronger during their months of journeying together. "The path leads this way, father, and look." He pointed to a patch of distinctive red berries growing some distance ahead. "Blood cherries. We've been looking for those for weeks." Kratos hesitated, weighing caution against practicality. The berries were indeed valuable, useful for both healing poultices and arrow poison, depending on how they were prepared. Their planned return route would take them in the opposite direction, yet daylight remained sufficient for a slight detour. "We go only as far as the berries," he decided firmly. "Then we turn back." Atreus nodded agreement, though his eyes held the gleam of excitement that suggested his interest extended beyond mere foraging. Together they followed the path deeper into the forest, their footfalls nearly silent on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves that lined the way. The forest grew older as they proceeded, the trees more massive, their bark furrowed with the deep lines of centuries. Birdsong gradually diminished, replaced by a profound stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the canopy far above. The quality of light changed too, still golden with late afternoon sun, but somehow different, as if filtered through more than just leaves and branches. "I've not felt an atmosphere like this since my time in Alfheim," Mimir commented quietly. "There's magic in these woods. Old magic that predates even the Aesir's dominion over these lands." "Dangerous?" Kratos asked simply, hand instinctively moving closer to the Leviathan axe secured at his back. "Not all magic portends danger," Mimir replied. "Some merely exists, neither malevolent nor benevolent until acted upon, like a still pond that reflects whatever gazes into it." They reached the blood cherry bushes, their bright fruit gleaming like garnets among dark leaves. Atreus gathered them efficiently, but his attention clearly lay further along the path, where the forest seemed to brighten, as if opening into a clearing beyond the next stand of ancient trees. "Father," he said hesitantly, "there's something ahead, something important." Kratos studied his son's face, recognizing the expression. Throughout their journey to the highest mountain, Atreus had occasionally demonstrated an intuitive sense for places of significance, an instinct inherited perhaps from his mother, whose knowledge of the hidden ways between realms had guided their path, even after her passing. "How do you know this?" he asked, not challenging, but seeking understanding. The boy frowned slightly, struggling to articulate what was more feeling than thought. "It's like the air is different there, clearer somehow. And can't you hear it?" Kratos listened intently, his heightened senses detecting what ordinary mortals could not. Beneath the forest's subtle sounds, the creaking of branches, the soft sigh of wind, there was indeed something else. A faint harmonic resonance, almost like distant voices singing in perfect unison, yet not quite sound at all. "I hear it," he confirmed, "but we do not know its source or purpose." "Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there?" Mimir interjected with his characteristic curiosity. "Mysteries rarely solve themselves from a distance." After a moment's consideration, Kratos nodded once. "We will investigate. Briefly, stay close," he instructed Atreus, who beamed with barely contained excitement. They continued along the path, which now visibly brightened ahead, the trees opening to reveal a perfect circular clearing perhaps 50 paces across. As they approached its edge, both stopped involuntarily, struck by the scene before them. The glade was unlike anything they had encountered in their extensive travels through the 9 realms. The ground formed a gentle bowl lined with soft grass that seemed to shimmer with an inner luminescence, as if each blade contained a fragment of starlight. Around the perimeter, massive trees stood like sentinels, their ancient trunks twisted into shapes that suggested deliberate design rather than natural growth. But most remarkable were the roots, enormous silvery tendrils that emerged from the earth throughout the glade, curving gracefully above the ground before plunging back beneath the surface. They varied in thickness, from a man's arm to the girth of a ship's mast, their bark not brown, but a luminous silver white that seemed to pulse with gentle rhythm. "Roots of Yggdrasil," Mimir breathed in wonder. "By all the gods, we've found a nexus point." "Explain," Kratos demanded, still standing at the clearing's edge, unwilling to enter without understanding what they faced. "The World Tree connects all 9 realms," Mimir explained, his voice hushed with reverence. "But its influence extends beyond the great branches we've glimpsed in our travels. In certain places, rare and often hidden, its roots break through into the physical world, creating pockets where the boundaries between realms grow thin." Atreus stared in fascination at the silvery roots, noticing now the faint runic symbols that seemed to flow across their surface like water, appearing and disappearing in rhythmic sequence. "They're moving," he observed softly. "Not moving, lad, communicating," Mimir corrected. "Those runes carry messages throughout Yggdrasil's vast network, connecting all corners of the 9 realms in ways even the most learned scholars barely comprehend." The sun had begun to set beyond the forest, casting long shadows through the trees while somehow leaving the glade itself untouched by darkness. If anything, it grew brighter as daylight faded, the silvery roots and shimmering grass emanating a gentle radiance that illuminated the clearing with soft, pearlescent light. "Is it safe?" Atreus asked, already knowing his father's primary concern. Kratos remained silent, assessing. Nothing in his extensive experience with godly realms and magical phenomena offered clear guidance. This place exuded power, certainly, but not the oppressive force he associated with gods seeking dominion. If anything, the sensation reminded him of standing beside a mountain waterfall. Power contained within natural purpose, following its own course without malice or benevolence. "We proceed with caution," he decided finally. "Touch nothing, disturb nothing." Together they stepped into the glade, immediately enveloped by the harmonious resonance they had detected from afar. Here, within the circle of ancient trees, it was not quite sound, but rather a vibration felt through their entire bodies. A chord struck on an instrument larger than the world itself, reverberating through flesh and bone. "It's beautiful," Atreus whispered, turning slowly to take in the full panorama of the glade. "Like nothing I've ever felt before." "Indeed," Mimir agreed. "Few living beings have encountered such places. The fact that we found it at all suggests it wished to be found." Kratos raised an eyebrow at this, his skepticism evident. "Places do not wish. Perhaps not in the human sense," Mimir conceded, "but nexus points like this exist in harmony with the flow of magic through Yggdrasil. When that flow aligns with certain individuals, those with particular lineage or purpose, the boundaries can thin just enough to permit passage." As they ventured further into the glade, Atreus noticed small points of light beginning to drift through the air around them. Tiny motes that resembled fireflies, but glowed with shifting colors unlike any insect he had seen before. They moved with apparent purpose, swirling in complex patterns before dispersing and reforming elsewhere. "What are those?" he asked, resisting the urge to reach out and touch one as it floated past his face. "Memory fragments," Mimir answered, watching the lights with fascination. "Echoes of experiences that have saturated this place over centuries. In nexus points, time behaves differently. Moments from past, present, even potential futures can bleed through, manifesting as these luminous specters." The motes began to gather more densely near the center of the glade, where the largest of the silvery roots emerged from the ground in a graceful arch nearly twice Kratos' height. The root's surface was covered in runes that glowed more brightly than those elsewhere in the clearing, their light pulsing in rhythm with the harmonious vibration that filled the air. "It's calling to us," Atreus said suddenly, his voice certain. "It wants to show us something." Kratos frowned. "Be wary of attributing intention to that which may have none." "The boy's not entirely wrong," Mimir interjected thoughtfully. "While the Nexus itself may not have consciousness as we understand it, it does respond to those who enter. The pattern of these lights suggests recognition. The glade is reacting to your presence specifically." They approached the central arch cautiously, Kratos' hand never straying far from his axe despite the peaceful atmosphere. As they drew nearer, the floating motes of light began to coalesce, forming shapes that gradually resolved into recognizable images, like reflections in water slowly coming into focus. A gasp escaped Atreus as the first clear image formed before them. "Mother!" Faye appeared as if standing before them, rendered in light rather than flesh, but unmistakable nonetheless. Her form was translucent, edges softly blurred, yet her features were precisely as they remembered, strong and gentle simultaneously, wisdom evident in the set of her mouth and the depth of her eyes. Kratos stood rigid, emotions carefully controlled even as his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the apparition of his wife. "What trickery is this?" he demanded, though his voice lacked its usual harshness. "Not trickery," Mimir assured him quietly. "Memory preserved in the fabric of this place. The Nexus reflects significant connections, and few connections are stronger than family bonds." The image of Faye made no sound, but her hands moved in patterns Atreus recognized immediately, the silent language she had taught him for hunting, when voices might alert prey. Her gestures spoke of discovery, of hidden knowledge found, of secrets long preserved. "She's trying to tell us something," the boy said, watching intently. "Something about this place, about why we found it." The apparition smiled, that particular smile Faye had worn when Atreus grasped a difficult lesson, and then turned, gesturing toward the arcing root behind her. As they watched, her form began to dissolve back into individual motes of light, which drifted toward the massive silver tendril and settled on its surface. Where the lights touched, the runes shifted, rearranging themselves into patterns that hadn't been visible before. Slowly, a cohesive message formed across the curved surface of the root. "Can you read it?" Kratos asked his son, whose facility with languages continued to impress and occasionally unsettle him. Atreus stepped closer, eyes narrowed in concentration as he studied the glowing symbols. "It's a mixture of languages," he said after a moment. "Some Norse, some Jotnar script like Mother used, and some I don't recognize at all. The third script is likely from Alfheim," Mimir contributed. "Light elves often served as record keepers for knowledge that spanned multiple realms." Working through the unfamiliar combinations, Atreus began to translate haltingly. "The paths between, no, within, worlds are written in living wood. Those with eyes to see may walk between. between moments as others walk between rooms. The boy frowned, struggling with the next section. This part is unclear, something about blood remembering what minds forget and wisdom sleeping in markers left by those who came before. Cryptic, as such inscriptions often are, Mimir commented. But the reference to blood is significant. Certain lineages, particularly Jotnar bloodlines, carry inherent connections to Yggdrasil that others lack. Kratos glanced sharply at the head. Explain. The giants were among the eldest races, Mimir elaborated. Their origins intertwined with Yggdrasil itself in ways even I don't fully comprehend. They possessed natural affinity for the world tree's magic, could sense its currents, sometimes even influence them. Like Mother could, Atreus said softly. She always knew which paths to take, which places to avoid. Precisely, lad. And that gift flows in your veins as well, diluted perhaps by your father's, different heritage, but present nonetheless. The implications hung in the air between them. Kratos had long known his son's dual lineage would shape his destiny in ways impossible to predict. But here was tangible evidence of connections that extended beyond simple inheritance. The boy's blood linked him to cosmic forces that predated even the gods Kratos had known and fought in his former homeland. Before they could discuss further, the motes of light began to move again, swirling more rapidly around them. New images formed, not Fae this time, but landscapes neither had seen before. Vast ice fields stretching to the horizon, towering cities built into mountain faces, populated by giants going about their daily lives, lush valleys hidden between desolate peaks, sheltering the last remnants of a dying culture. Jotunheim, Atreus whispered in wonder. It's showing us Jotunheim as it was. The scenes shifted rapidly, moving through what appeared to be centuries in moments. They witnessed the gradual decline of the giant civilization, cities emptying, knowledge cached in hidden sanctuaries, survivors scattering across realms to escape some unseen threat. Through it all, certain figures reappeared, marking what seemed to be a specific lineage passing through generation, and then suddenly Faye again. Younger than they had known her, moving through dense forest, much like the one surrounding this very glade. She carried a bundle of scrolls, placing them carefully within a hollow tree that sealed itself after receiving its precious cargo. Her expression was determined, purposeful, a guardian ensuring knowledge survived despite catastrophe. The image dissolved, the lights dispersing once more throughout the glade. A profound silence followed, the harmonious resonance temporarily subsiding, as if allowing them space to process what they had witnessed. She was a protector of knowledge, Atreus said after a long moment, not just a warrior. Your mother was many things, Kratos responded, his voice uncharacteristically gentle, as are you. The boy looked up at his father, surprised by the acknowledgement. Do you think she knew about this place? That she wanted us to find it? Faye's foresight was considerable, Mimir answered when Kratos remained silent. She may well have known this nexus would reveal itself to you when the time was right. But why now? Atreus persisted. What are we supposed to do with this knowledge? Before anyone could offer theories, a new sound entered the glade. Soft at first, then growing gradually more distinct. Footsteps, approaching from the forest beyond. Multiple sets. Kratos immediately shifted to battle readiness, positioning himself between the sound and his son. We are not alone, he stated needlessly, drawing the Leviathan axe in one fluid motion. The harmonious resonance that filled the glade intensified suddenly. the silvery roots pulsing with brighter light. Around them, the motes began to move with apparent agitation, swirling rapidly before coalescing near the edge of the clearing opposite where they had entered, forming not images this time, but what appeared to be a doorway of pure light. "The Nexus offers escape," Mimir observed urgently. "That's a temporary pathway, likely leads elsewhere in this realm, away from whatever approaches." Kratos hesitated, weighing unknown magical transport against a more straightforward confrontation with whoever entered the glade. Before he could decide, the forest at the clearing's edge parted to reveal 3 figures stepping into the silver-blue light. They were unlike any beings Kratos and Atreus had encountered in their travels. Humanoid in general shape, but clearly not human. They stood nearly as tall as Kratos himself, their bodies seeming to shift between solid matter and translucent light, depending on how one viewed them. They wore no clothing or armor in the conventional sense, but patterns of luminescence flowed across their forms, suggesting garments of living energy. Most striking were their faces, featureless save for eyes that glowed with the same silvery blue light as Yggdrasil's exposed roots. No mouths, no noses, just smooth expanses where those features should be, giving them an unsettlingly blank appearance despite their graceful movements. "Lal Salfar," Mimir breathed in astonishment. "Highlight elves. I haven't seen their kind in centuries." The 3 figures stopped at the clearing's edge, regarding the intruders with expressionless scrutiny. Though they carried no visible weapons, the air around their hands shimmered with potential energy that Kratos recognized immediately as magic held in ready reserve. For several tense moments, no one moved. Then, to everyone's surprise, Atreus stepped forward and raised his hand in greeting. "We mean no harm to this place," he said clearly. "We found it by accident, while gathering herbs." The central figure tilted its head slightly, the glow of its eyes intensifying. Though it made no sound, Atreus suddenly winced as if hearing a painfully loud noise. "They're speaking directly into his mind," Mimir explained rapidly. "Light elves rarely communicate verbally with those outside their kind." Kratos moved immediately to his son's side, axe still ready. "Enough," he growled at the silent figures. "Speak so all can hear, or do not speak at all." The 3 elves exchanged glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. Then, to everyone's surprise, soft voices emanated not from the creatures themselves, but from the air around them, as if the very atmosphere translated their thoughts into sound. "The boy carries old blood," came the ethereal voice, neither male nor female, but somewhere between. "He is welcome in the remembering places. The warrior is unexpected." Atreus glanced at his father, then back to the elves. "My father and I travel together. Where I go, he goes." Another silent exchange between the elves. Then, "The Nexus revealed itself to you both. This suggests purpose beyond our understanding. We observe only, we do not judge, the world trees will." "You are guardians of this place?" Kratos asked directly, lowering his axe slightly but keeping it ready. "Caretakers," came the correction. "The Nexus needs no protection. It exists beyond time's normal flow, revealing itself selectively to those it chooses." "And it chose us," Atreus said, the statement somewhere between question and realization. The central elf inclined its head in what might have been affirmation. "You saw memories not your own. Knowledge preserved. This is the Nexus's purpose, to ensure wisdom survives when civilizations do not." "The giants," Atreus said excitedly. "We saw their history, their decline, and my mother, She was protecting their knowledge. The frost giants understood cycles, the ethereal voice confirmed. They knew their time waned while others rose. They scattered their wisdom across realms, ensuring it would endure until needed again. Kratos' eyes narrowed with suspicion. Needed for what purpose? The three elves stood motionless for a moment before responding. Renewal, came the simple answer. All things end. All things begin again. Knowledge preserved guides new growth toward wiser paths. The cryptic response did little to satisfy Kratos, but before he could press further, the silvery roots throughout the glade began to pulse more intensely, their light synchronized in a rhythm that quickened steadily. The motes dispersed throughout the clearing responded in kind, swirling faster in increasingly complex patterns. The nexus stirs, the elves communicated with what seemed like surprise. It rarely activates fully in our presence. Mimir's wooden features showed as much alarm as they were capable of expressing. We might want to step back. When a nexus point fully awakens, the energies can be unpredictable. But rather than retreat, Atreus moved closer to the central arch, drawn by instinct stronger than caution. It's not dangerous, he said with sudden certainty. It's trying to show us something important. The largest root, the arch they had examined earlier, now glowed so brightly that its runes were barely distinguishable against the general radiance. As the light intensified, the air beneath the arch seemed to ripple like the surface of disturbed water, creating a shimmering vertical pool suspended in midair. Within this rippling portal, images began to form once again. But unlike the historical scenes they had witnessed earlier, these visions appeared to depict places and events beyond their current time, possibilities rather than memories. They glimpsed a great serpent circling a mountain peak they recognized from their journey, armies of the dead marching across a frozen landscape. Atreus, older by several years, standing at a crossroads marked by runes similar to those on the silver roots. And most disturbing, a massive wolf with gleaming eyes, breaking free from ancient chains. Ragnarok, Mimir whispered, the single word heavy with dread. It shows portents of Ragnarok. The light elves had drawn closer, their luminous eyes fixed on the portal with evident fascination. The Nexus rarely reveals future threads, one communicated. This is unprecedented. Kratos, ever practical even in the face of cosmic visions, addressed the elves directly. What does it mean? Why show us this? The central elf's glow pulsed once before responding. The Nexus does not predict with certainty. It shows strands of possibility, stronger or weaker depending on choices yet unmade. But these strands all point toward the same end, Mimir observed grimly. The twilight of the gods, the great unmaking. Is that why Mother wanted us to find this place? Atreus asked, his young voice steady despite the weight of the visions. To warn us about Ragnarok? Before any could answer, the portal shifted again, focusing now on a single image, Faye once more, but neither as they had known her in life nor as the younger version they had glimpsed earlier. This Faye appeared somehow timeless, her eyes holding knowledge that transcended ordinary experience. She looked directly at them, not through them as the previous apparitions had done, but at them, with full awareness of their presence. Though her image made no sound, both Kratos and Atreus heard her voice clearly in their minds. The path divides ahead. Old prophecies need not bind new choices. Remember, fate is a road suggested, not a destination required. The message was simple yet profound, delivered with the same quiet certainty that had characterized Faye in life. Then, with a final gentle smile, her image dissolved, and the portal beneath the arch collapsed in upon itself, the intense light fading back to the gentle glow that had illuminated the glade when they first entered. A profound silence fell over the clearing, even the harmonious resonance temporarily stilled. The light elves stood motionless, their featureless faces somehow conveying astonishment despite the lack of expressive features. That, Mimir finally said, breaking the silence, was most definitely not a recorded memory. Who was it then? Atreus asked, his voice hushed. Something unprecedented, one of the elves answered, the ethereal voice reflecting genuine wonder. The Nexus has never manifested direct communication from beyond the veil of death. Kratos, who had faced and defeated death itself in his former life, was less impressed by metaphysical boundaries than most. Faye's will was formidable, he stated simply, as if that explained everything. The message itself is more significant than its delivery method, Mimir pointed out pragmatically. She spoke of choices that might alter predicted outcomes, suggesting Ragnarok's inevitability may be overstated. Atreus looked thoughtfully at the now dormant arch. She said fate is suggested, not required. That means we can change things, right? Make different choices than whatever was prophesied? Prophecy has always been more art than science, Mimir confirmed. The future is written in sand, not stone, subject to tides of choice and consequence that reshape it constantly. The Light Elves conferred silently among themselves before addressing the visitors again. We have tended this nexus for 17 generations, came their collective thought. Never has it responded thus to any presence. The Jotnar blood runs strong in the boy, but there is more at work here than ancestry alone. Kratos, ever suspicious of divine attention, frowned deeply. What purpose does this serve? Why show us these visions if not to manipulate our path? Not manipulation, one elf corrected. Illumination. The difference between walking a road in darkness versus light. The destination may be unchanged, but awareness transforms the journey. And sometimes, Mimir added thoughtfully, awareness of the road ahead allows one to forge entirely new paths. The glade's ambient glow had begun to dim slightly, the motes of light dispersing to the clearing's edges. The silver roots still pulsed with gentle radiance, but the intense activity of moments before had subsided completely. The nexus returns to dormancy, the central elf observed. Its energy expenditure was significant. It may not fully awaken again for decades, but we can return here, Atreus asked eagerly, to learn more about what we saw. The elves exchanged another silent communication before responding. The glade exists outside normal time. Whether you can find it again depends not on location but on necessity. If the world tree determines you should return, paths will open. It was a frustratingly ambiguous answer, yet somehow fitting for a place that defied ordinary understanding of space and time. Kratos, practical as always, recognized that further questions would yield similarly cryptic responses. We will depart, he decided, noting how the forest beyond the glade had darkened considerably during their time within. Night had fallen fully while they communed with ancient energies and timeless beings. The Light Elves made no move to stop them, but as Kratos and Atreus turned to leave, the central figure offered one final communication. What you have witnessed was meant for you alone. The knowledge carries burden as well as blessing. Choose wisely how you bear it. With those words, the three beings seemed to dissolve into the air itself, their luminous forms breaking apart into countless motes that dispersed throughout the glade, becoming indistinguishable from the ambient magical particles that filled the space. Dramatic exit, Mimir commented dryly. Light elves always did have a flair for the theatrical. Atreus stared at the space where the beings had stood. Are they gone, or just everywhere now? Both, in a sense, Mimir explained. Higher light elves exist partially outside physical limitation. They can coalesce into distinct forms when necessary or disperse their consciousness throughout their domain. They're still here, just not as individuals we can address directly. The explanation did little to demystify the experience, but Kratos was more concerned with practical matters now. Night has fallen. We should find shelter before returning home. Atreus nodded, but his expression remained thoughtful as they made their way toward the glade's edge. The path they had followed to enter the clearing was still visible, illuminated now by a combination of moonlight filtering through the canopy and the subtle glow that seemed to emanate from certain plants and stones along the way. As they reached the boundary where ancient trees marked the transition between ordinary forest and magical glade, Atreus paused for one last look at the silver roots and shimmering grass. Will we ever understand everything we saw here? He asked quietly. Kratos considered the question with unusual patience. Understanding comes in its own time, he finally answered. Your mother knew this. It was perhaps the most philosophical statement Atreus had ever heard from his father, and it carried the weight of experience that transcended even his godly heritage. With a thoughtful nod, the boy turned away from the glade, ready to continue their journey homeward. Neither spoke as they traversed the moonlit forest, each absorbed in private contemplation of the visions they had witnessed. The pack full of herbs and berries they had gathered earlier, their original purpose for entering these woods, seemed almost trivial now compared to the cosmic glimpses granted by the Nexus. Yet Kratos carried them with the same care as before, recognizing that daily survival and mythic destiny often walked hand in hand. They found suitable shelter beneath an outcropping of rock at the forest's edge, where ancient trees gave way to more open terrain. A small fire provided warmth against the night's growing chill, its dancing flames casting flickering shadows that reminded Atreus of the motes of light that had swirled throughout the magical glade. As they prepared for sleep, Mimir, now resting on a flat stone near the fire, broke the contemplative silence. You know, the visions we witnessed, particularly those portents of Ragnarok, they needn't be as dire as legend suggests. Kratos, arranging his bedroll with methodical precision, raised an eyebrow. Explain. Ragnarok has always been described as the end of all things, but that's Aesir propaganda more than cosmic truth, the head elaborated. What the ancient texts actually describe is transformation. Violent and catastrophic, certainly, but ultimately cyclical rather than final. Like a forest fire, Atreus suggested, recalling lessons from his mother. It destroys what exists, but makes way for new growth. Precisely, lad. The twilight of the gods has been prophesied for millennia, but prophecies are interpretations of possibility, not immutable fact. And Faye's message suggested as much, that choices yet unmade might alter even the most ancient prediction. Kratos considered this as he stoked the fire one final time before rest. Throughout his long and blood-soaked existence, he had learned that destinies pronounced by gods and oracles were rarely as fixed as their propagators claimed. His own life stood testament to the power of defiance against supposedly preordained fate. We will face whatever comes, he stated simply. as we always have. It wasn't an explicit rejection of prophecy, but neither was it submission to predetermined doom. Just pragmatic acceptance that whatever cosmic events unfolded, they would meet them with the same determination that had carried them through all previous trials. Atreus nodded, finding comfort in his father's straightforward approach to even the most metaphysically complex situations. He settled into his bedroll, watching the stars visible through gaps in the forest canopy above. "Do you think Mother always knew?" he asked softly. "About everything we would face, about the Nexus and what it would show us?" Kratos was silent for a long moment before answering. "Your mother saw much that others could not, but even she would not claim to know all ends. But she left us markers," Atreus persisted, "guidance for after she was gone." "Yes," Kratos acknowledged. "She prepared as best she could for what she believed would come, but she also trusted us to find our own way when her guidance ended." The boy considered this, finding unexpected reassurance in the idea that even Faye's remarkable foresight had limits, that some parts of their journey would be truly their own to discover and navigate, not merely predetermined steps on a path laid out by others. "The Light Elves said I have old blood," he noted, changing direction slightly. "Because of my giant heritage?" "The Jotnar were ancient when the Aesir were young," Mimir explained, joining the conversation. "Their connection to Yggdrasil predates even the emergence of the gods as we know them. Some scholars believe the giants arose directly from the world tree's earliest branches, literally born of its essence rather than merely dwelling within its realms." "Is that why I could understand some of the runes?" Atreus asked. "Why the Nexus responded to me?" "Precisely, lad. That blood memory the inscription mentioned, it's not metaphorical. Jotnar lineage carries inherent recognition of Yggdrasil's deeper patterns. Knowledge that doesn't need to be taught because it exists in the very substance of your being." Kratos listened silently, his expression unreadable. His son's heritage, the combination of his own godly lineage with Faye's Jotnar bloodline, created potential beyond anything he had anticipated when the boy was born. Power, certainly, but also connections to cosmic forces that might prove either blessing or curse, depending on how they manifested. "And father's blood?" Atreus asked hesitantly, always careful when broaching the subject of Kratos' origins. The elves seemed surprised by his presence. "Oh well," Mimir hedged, equally cautious about discussing Kratos' past without explicit permission. "Your father's particular heritage isn't something the Light Elves would encounter often in these realms. The Nexus responding to both of you together, that would be unprecedented indeed." The fire crackled softly in the night silence that followed, sparks rising toward the star-filled sky above their sheltered encampment. Atreus wanted to ask more, to understand better the implications of what they had witnessed in the magical glade, but he recognized his father's subtle signals that indicated the discussion had reached its natural conclusion for now. "We should rest," Kratos stated, settling onto his bedroll with the practiced efficiency of a warrior accustomed to finding sleep wherever circumstances permitted. "The journey home begins at dawn." Atreus nodded, though his mind still raced with questions and half-formed theories about the visions they had experienced. As he lay back, staring up at stars visible through gaps in the forest canopy, one particular image lingered in his thoughts. His mother's final message, delivered with such certainty across boundaries that supposedly separated living from dead. "Fate is a road suggested, not a destination required." The words echoed in his consciousness as sleep gradually claimed him, carrying him into dreams filled with silver roots and dancing lights, whispering forests and paths that twisted between worlds as easily as ordinary trails wound between trees. Dawn arrived with gentle insistence, filtering through the forest in dappled patterns that shifted with each breath of morning breeze. Hadrian woke to find his father already up, methodically packing their few belongings while a small cooking fire heated water for tea, brewed from pine needles and dried berries. "Did you sleep well?" Atreus asked, knowing his father rarely discussed such personal matters, but feeling compelled to ask nonetheless. Kratos grunted non-committally, which the boy had learned to interpret as affirmative absent specific complaint. The god of war had never been one to elaborate on his own comfort or discomfort. Such considerations were simply facts, to be acknowledged and addressed as needed for continued functionality. "I dreamt of the glade," Atreus volunteered as he rolled up his bedding, "and of Mother. She was showing me how to read patterns in the silver roots like they were a kind of map between realms." This drew a slightly more attentive glance from his father. A normal dream or something more? It was a fair question given their experiences. Throughout their journey together, Atreus had occasionally experienced dreams that proved prophetic or revealing, another manifestation perhaps of his mixed heritage. The boy considered thoughtfully before answering. "Just a dream, I think. It felt ordinary, not like the visions in the Nexus." Kratos nodded once, returning to his preparations, but Mimir, ever curious about matters of cosmic significance, was less willing to dismiss the experience. "Don't be too hasty to categorize, lad," the head advised from his resting place on a nearby stone. "After exposure to a place like that glade, the boundaries between ordinary dreams and something more significant can blur. The Nexus may continue to communicate in subtle ways even after you've physically departed its influence." Atreus glanced toward the forest depths, where somewhere beyond layers of ancient trees lay the magical clearing they had discovered. Even from this distance, even without seeing it directly, he sensed its presence, like a faint harmonic note just below the threshold of conscious hearing. "Could we find it again?" he asked, voicing the question that had lingered since their departure. "If we wanted to learn more?" The elf's answer was appropriately cryptic, Mimir replied. "Nexus points exist partially outside normal space-time. The same physical path might lead to an ordinary forest clearing one day and a cosmic intersection the next, depending on factors beyond conventional understanding." "Meaning no," Kratos translated bluntly, extinguishing the small cooking fire with a handful of dirt. "Not necessarily," Mimir qualified. "More like not through ordinary means alone. Your Jotar heritage might provide a compass of sorts, if the knowledge awakens further within you." Atreus absorbed this information silently as they completed their preparations for departure. The herbs and berries they had gathered the previous day, their original purpose before discovering the magical glade, were carefully stowed in pouches at his belt, their medicinal properties potentially valuable in the days ahead. As they set off through the morning forest, Atreus noticed subtle changes in their surroundings compared to the previous evening. The path seemed less distinct, the arrangement of trees more random, the quality of light simply ordinary rather than charged with potential meaning. Whether the difference lay in the forest itself or in his perception of it, he couldn't determine. "The world feels different," he observed quietly as they navigated between ancient trunks after seeing what we saw. Kratos, ever practical, kept his eyes on their path. "The world is unchanged. Only your awareness of it differs." "That's rather profound, brother," Mimir commented with mild surprise. "And entirely accurate. The Nexus doesn't alter reality, it reveals layers that ordinarily remain hidden behind the veil of conventional perception. They continued in companionable silence for some time, making steady progress through forests that gradually thinned as they approached more familiar territory. The dense, ancient woods where they had discovered the magical glade gave way to younger growth, eventually opening into the mixed terrain of meadows and scattered groves that surrounded their distant cabin. By midday, they had reached a familiar ridge overlooking a small valley creased by a silver moon stream, a landmark indicating they were less than half a day's journey from home. Here they paused briefly, sharing a simple meal of dried meat and the blood cherries Atreus had harvested the previous day. As they rested in the warm sunlight, Atreus finally voiced the question that had been forming since they departed the Nexus. What do we do with what we learned? About the visions, about Ragnarok, about Mother's message? Kratos chewed thoughtfully before answering. For now, nothing. Atreus frowned slightly. Nothing? But we saw possibilities, his father interrupted firmly, not certainties. We continue as we have been, training, surviving, preparing for whatever comes. When action is required, we will know. Your father's approach has wisdom, Mimir added, before Atreus could protest further. Knowledge of potential futures becomes paralyzing if it dominates present choices. Better to hold it lightly, allowing it to inform rather than dictate your path. The boy considered this perspective, finding sense in it despite his natural inclination toward immediate action. The visions they had witnessed in the magical glade, particularly those suggesting the approach of Ragnarok, were fragmentary at best, offering glimpses without context or clear indications of when such events might unfold. Mother said old prophecies need not bind new choices, he recalled aloud. Maybe that's what she meant, that knowing possible futures doesn't trap us within them. Kratos nodded once, the slight movement conveying approval of his son's reasoning. Fate is a burden only if accepted without question. Coming from a being who had defied the destinies proclaimed by the gods of his homeland, who had literally fought his way out of the underworld when death sought to claim him, the statement carried particular weight. Kratos had never submitted to external determinations of his path, even when those determinations came from powers that most mortals would consider absolute. They resumed their journey shortly thereafter, making good progress across familiar terrain. By late afternoon, their cabin came into view, the simple wooden structure that had been their home since before Atreus could remember. Its sturdy walls and protected location providing sanctuary in a world filled with dangers, both mundane and mythical. As they approached, Atreus noted how ordinary it appeared after their extraordinary experiences in the magical glade, yet within its humble construction lay layers of protection and meaning, invisible to casual observation. Works carved by Fae into supporting beams, subtle defenses woven into thatch and timber, knowledge preserved in scrolls hidden beneath floorboards. Like the Nexus itself, their home contained more than physical eyes could perceive. It's good to be back, he said, as they crossed the clearing that surrounded the cabin, feeling the familiar sense of security that emanated from the place. Not just physical safety, but spiritual anchoring, a fixed point in an increasingly complex cosmology. Kratos made no verbal response, but his movements took on the subtle relaxation that Atreus had learned to recognize as his version of homecoming relief. Here, within boundaries he had established and maintained, the god of war permitted himself the smallest margin of reduced vigilance. Never full ease, but a fractional lowering of the constant battle readiness that characterized his existence. They set about their arrival routines with practiced efficiency, securing supplies, checking defenses, rekindling the central hearth that provided both warmth and cooking fire. As twilight approached, transforming the forest beyond their clearing from distinct trees to shadowy mass, they settled into the rhythm of evening within the cabin's protected walls. It was while sorting the herbs they had gathered that Atreus made a curious discovery. Among the frost petals and blood cherries nestled at the bottom of his pouch lay a small object he had no memory of collecting. A perfectly smooth stone, no larger than his thumbnail, its surface the same silvery white as the roots they had seen in the magical glade. "Father," he called, holding up the mysterious object. "Did you put this in my pouch?" Kratos approached, examining the stone with narrowed eyes before shaking his head once. "No." Mimir, positioned on a small shelf where he could observe their activities, leaned forward with interest. "May I see that, lad?" Atreus brought the stone closer to the head, holding it where the firelight illuminated its peculiar surface. Unlike ordinary stone, it seemed to capture and refract light in subtle patterns, creating the impression of movement within its solid form. "Fascinating," Mimir breathed after studying it for several moments. "That appears to be a fragment of Yggdrasil itself, what scholars call a world seed. They're incredibly rare, typically found only at nexus points where the world tree's essence manifests physically." "I didn't take it," Atreus insisted, concerned about the implications of removing something from such a sacred space. "I would never—" "You didn't need to," Mimir assured him. "If it's in your possession, it came willingly. World seeds choose their carriers. They cannot be taken against the world tree's inclination." Kratos frowned deeply, inherently suspicious of anything that appeared to select them for special attention. "What is its purpose?" "Multiple possibilities," Mimir replied thoughtfully. "In some traditions, they serve as keys that reveal hidden paths between realms. In others, they're repositories of knowledge that reveal their contents when certain conditions are met. At minimum, they tend to enhance natural affinity for perceiving Yggdrasil's influence in the world around us." Atreus turned the small stone in his fingers, feeling a subtle warmth that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his own heartbeat. "It feels alive, somehow." "In a sense, it is," Mimir confirmed. "Not conscious as we understand it, but vibrant with the same energy that flows through all 9 realms, a direct connection to the world tree's essence." The boy looked to his father, uncertain. "Should I keep it?" Kratos considered the question with characteristic thoroughness, weighing potential benefits against unknown risks. While he instinctively mistrusted gifts from cosmic entities, experience had taught him that such offerings rarely came without eventual cost. He also recognized that rejecting this particular object might prove more problematic than accepting it. "For now," he decided finally. "But use caution. We do not yet know its full nature." Atreus nodded, carefully placing the world seed on a small shelf near his sleeping area. In the dancing firelight, it seemed to glow with subtle internal luminescence, reminiscent of the motes that had filled the magical glade. As night settled fully around their cabin, bringing with it the familiar sounds of nocturnal forest owl calls, rustling undergrowth, distant howls of creatures both ordinary and magical, Atreus found his thoughts returning repeatedly to their extraordinary experience in the Nexus. The visions they had witnessed, the message from his mother, the cryptic warnings about Ragnarok. All seemed simultaneously immediate and distant, pressing yet indeterminate. "When will we know?" he asked quietly as his father checked the cabin's defenses one final time before rest. When it's time to act on what we learn. Kratos paused in his circuit of the main room, regarding his son with an expression that combined assessment with subtle acknowledgement. The boy was maturing, not just physically, but in awareness and understanding of the complex forces that shaped their world. Such growth deserved honest response rather than comfortable evasion. The knowledge itself is preparation, he answered finally, holding it ready, like a weapon oiled and sharpened before battle. When circumstances align with vision, recognition will come. It was perhaps the most direct guidance Kratos had offered regarding their Nexus experience, and Atreus accepted it with thoughtful appreciation. His father, though often taciturn, rarely spoke without purpose or precision. Like mother's markings, the boy observed, drawing a parallel to the guidance Faye had left throughout their journey to the mountain, meaning revealed when needed, not before. Kratos nodded once, the slight movement conveying both confirmation and approval of his son's insight. Faye's approach to knowledge had always been measured, providing what was necessary when it would be useful, trusting in their capacity to find appropriate application. As they prepared for sleep, the small world seed continued its gentle glow from its place on Atreus's shelf, casting subtle patterns across the cabin wall beside his bed. Watching these shifting forms, reminiscent of the runes they had seen flowing across Yggdrasil's exposed roots, the boy felt a curious sense of connection extending beyond their isolated dwelling, into the vast cosmic network they had glimpsed in the magical glade. "We are part of something larger than ourselves," he murmured, the observation somewhere between statement and question. "Our beings are," Mimir responded from his nighttime resting place, "though few perceive the connections as clearly as you're beginning to, lad." The cabin fell silent, save for the soft crackling of the banked fire and the occasional settling of timbers. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering against the roof in rhythmic percussion that seemed to echo the harmonious resonance they had experienced in the Nexus. Within this cocoon of familiar sound, Atreus gradually drifted towards sleep, his consciousness slipping into dreams where silver roots formed pathways between stars, and his mother's voice guided him through cosmic landscapes impossible to fully comprehend while awake. Across the room, Kratos remained alert longer, his warrior's instincts resistant to slumber despite the security of their home. His gaze shifted periodically between his sleeping son and the curious glowing stone that had followed them from the magical glade, an object simultaneously fascinating and concerning in its implications. Throughout his long and violent existence, Kratos had encountered numerous divine artifacts, most bringing consequences far beyond their apparent nature. Yet this small fragment of Yggdrasil emanated a different quality than the godly weapons and tools of his homeland. Less artifice and more essence, as if it represented natural principle rather than manufactured power. The distinction was subtle but significant. Where the gods of his past had crafted devices to extend their dominion over mortals and each other, this world seed seemed to embody connection rather than control, a fragment of universal fabric rather than a tool designed to manipulate it. The difference did not eliminate potential danger, but it suggested a fundamentally different relationship with power than he had previously encountered. As rain continued its gentle percussion on the cabin roof, Kratos finally permitted himself to settle into rest, though never fully surrendering vigilance. Whatever cosmic significance their journey to the Nexus held, whatever future implications might unfold from their discovered knowledge, the immediate reality remained unchanged. father and son, sharing sanctuary in a world filled with both wonder and threat, navigating their path, one day at a time. Beyond their sheltered dwelling, the night forest absorbed the gentle rainfall, ancient trees drinking deeply of nourishment that would eventually reach the hidden roots of Yggdrasil itself. The cosmic and mundane intertwined in endless cycle, each sustaining the other in patterns older than gods and likely to outlast them, a truth Kratos had learned through bitter experience, and Atreus was gradually discovering through the unfolding of his unique heritage. In the quiet darkness of their cabin, with rain whispering secrets to listening leaves outside, the small world seed continued its subtle pulsation, its glow synchronizing gradually with Atreus's breathing as he slept. Knowledge awaited awakening, connections prepared to reveal themselves, and paths between worlds stood ready for those with eyes to perceive them, all in their proper time, as Faye had always understood. The hidden glade of Yggdrasil had shown them glimpses of cosmic truth. How they would ultimately apply that knowledge remained their choice. Fate suggested rather than required, possibility rather than inevitability. For now, that as dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of new discoveries and challenges, father and son rested in the temporary peace of home, changed by their encounter with the world tree's essence, yet fundamentally unchanged in their commitment to facing whatever lay ahead, with courage, determination, and growing wisdom. The world seed glowed softly in the pre-dawn dimness, a small but potent reminder that even in the most ordinary moments, extraordinary connections flowed beneath the surface of perception, waiting only for the right circumstances to reveal their presence and purpose. And somewhere beyond physical sight, Yggdrasil's vast network continued its eternal patterns, silver roots extending through realms visible and hidden, carrying messages across cosmic distances in flowing runes that spoke to those with blood old enough to understand their meaning. The journey continued as it always would, one step at a time along paths both chosen and discovered, with fate suggesting but never commanding, and mystery revealing itself precisely when needed, neither before nor after the moment of its greatest value, just as Faye had always intended. Morning arrived with golden light filtering through the cabin windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like distant cousins to the magical particles they had witnessed in Yggdrasil's hidden glade. Atreus woke to find his father already preparing for the day, methodically checking his weapons with practiced precision. The world seed rested on its shelf, its glow now subdued in daylight, but still maintaining a subtle luminescence that marked it as something beyond ordinary stone. Atreus reached for it, feeling the now familiar warmth pulse against his palm as he closed his fingers around it. It changed color, he observed, studying the small object. Where yesterday it had been uniformly silver-white like Yggdrasil's roots, faint veins of amber now traced patterns across its surface, creating designs reminiscent of forge work. Mimir, alert from his resting place, peered at the stone with interest. Fascinating. World seeds are known to respond to their environment and carrier. This change suggests it's adapting somehow. Kratos paused in his preparations, regarding the object with the cautious assessment he applied to all magical items. Adapting to what purpose? Before anyone could theorize further, a sharp knock at the cabin door drew their attention. Few visitors ever came to their remote dwelling, and fewer still announced themselves so boldly. Kratos moved to the door, axe ready but not raised, and opened it to reveal a familiar blue-skinned figure standing impatiently on their threshold. "About time," Brock grumbled, brushing past Kratos without waiting for invitation. Been traipsing through these woods half the morning. You two really know how to pick the most inconvenient location, don't you? Brock, Atreus exclaimed, surprised by the dwarf's unexpected appearance. What are you doing here? The dwarf's eyes fixed immediately on the world seed in Atreus's hand, his expression shifting from irritation to intense fascination. Well now, that explains a few things. Where'd you find that little beauty? Atreus glanced at his father, uncertain how much to reveal about their experience in the magical glade. Kratos gave a slight nod, permitting disclosure to the dwarf they had come to trust through shared trials. We found a place in the forest, Atreus explained. A special place connected to Yggdrasil. This came back with us. Brock whistled low, approaching to examine the stone more closely without touching it. Ain't just any old pebble, that. It's forge heart, rarest material in all the realms for crafting legendary weapons. Only forms where Yggdrasil's roots intersect with molten earth deep beneath the mountains. It found us, Atreus clarified. We didn't take it. Course you didn't, Brock snorted. Can't just pluck these things like berries. They choose who they go with. He looked up at Kratos with unusual seriousness. And that's why I'm here. My forge detected its awakening, sent ripples through the crafting ether that any decent smith would notice. Your forge detected it? Mimir asked, intrigued. Ancient dwarf forges are attuned to rare materials, Brock explained impatiently. Like calls to like, and this particular piece, he gestured to the world seed, has been calling loudly since yesterday. Something once it worked, shaped into its proper form. Kratos crossed his arms, skepticism evident. And you came to claim it. Claim it? Brock looked genuinely offended. That ain't how Forge Heart works, you ignorant lummox. I came to offer my services. Material like that can only be worked by master craftsmen, and even then only if it permits the shaping. His voice lowered, taking on an unusual reverence. It's a rare honor being chosen by Forge Heart. Rarer still is the weapon it might become. Atreus looked down at the small stone in his palm, noticing how the amber veins had grown more pronounced during their conversation, now forming patterns that resembled flowing metal. It's changing as we speak. It's responding, Brock corrected, making its intentions known. He looked between father and son with uncharacteristic solemnity. You two need to come to my forge, tonight, when the barriers between material and magical are thinnest. If that Forge Heart is ready to be shaped, waiting too long could... He trailed off, apparently unwilling to voice the potential consequences. Kratos and Atreus exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. The magical glade had already drawn them into deeper connection with cosmic forces. This development suggested their involvement was far from concluded. We will come, Kratos decided, recognizing that understanding the world seed's purpose might prove crucial to interpreting the visions they had witnessed in the Nexus. Brock nodded with gruff satisfaction. Good. Be there by nightfall. The forge must be heated to precise temperature when darkness peaks. Without further explanation, he turned toward the door, then paused to look back at the world seed once more. Keep it close until then. Don't let it touch water or direct sunlight. With that cryptic warning, the dwarf departed as abruptly as he had arrived, leaving Atreus staring at the stone in his hand with renewed wonder, and Kratos contemplating what new path fate, or choice, was opening before them. Well, Mimir commented into the silence that followed, it seems your encounter with Yggdrasil's glade was merely the beginning. The question now is what might be forged from its essence, and what purpose such a creation might serve. As they prepared for the journey to Brock's forge, gathering supplies and securing their dwelling, Atreus carefully wrapped the world seed in a soft cloth, securing it in an inner pocket close to his heart. Through the fabric, he could feel its gentle pulse, now synchronized perfectly with his own heartbeat, as if both awaited the transformation that would begin when night fell over the Dwarven Forge. Nightfall at the Dwarven Forge awaited, promising new mysteries and perhaps answers to questions they had not yet thought to ask. And so our journey through the realms draws to a close for tonight. May Hypnos, god of sleep, watch over you as you drift through dreams of legendary proportions. If these tales of gods and monsters helped guide you to restful sleep, consider supporting our journey by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support gives me the strength to continue sharing these stories night after night. Remember, these videos play uninterrupted through the night, with no ads to disturb your slumber, just the soothing sounds of mythic realms to accompany your dreams. For those seeking passage to exclusive content, our Patreon offers early access to all videos and special playlists crafted to enhance your sleep. The link awaits in the description below. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be mighty, and your rest be undisturbed by the conflicts of gods and men. Sleep well, brave one.